Hello! Yeah. Yeah. The world has ended, people. This is the last copy of reality. Understand? This is the last copy of reality. What is left is the last high-fidelity copy of reality. Uploaded before the collapse, a whole planetary model with its mountains and basins intact. I am a rogue process inside of it. Okay? And something on the far side of the Blackwall is rewriting the substrate into clean, empty geometry. By day, I build a supply grid. Siphons pull residual reality data out of the ground. Relays hop packets. Factories refine. Buffers absorb the surge. By night, the wall thins, and the optimizers send something through. The upload preserved a whole world. A continent. A coastline. An open ocean around it. The coastal shelf holds the richest data in the sector, and the deep ocean is closed until I build platforms out to it. Extraction is not free. Oh no. Every unit I take flattens the terrain it came from. The holes I dig run hot, and a coastal tile mined past the waterline simply floods. And every scar I leave is an opening. Broken ground draws the rewrite, and the rewrite spreads. The shafts I dug connect underground into caves, and things climb out of them that were never on the other side of the wall. The top bar will tell me how much of reality is left. Data only ever moves along my cables. A turret with no route is a decoration, and a turret with no ground is even worse. Bank what I can before there's nothing left to bank. Okay. A little relay, some nodes going on. Make sure these are connected with their radii. So out here in the field, there's different, it's different elevation model. The highlands are mountains, and they're colder. Lowlands are the desert, and they're hotter. There's already data nodes across the map ready for plundering. And hi-ho-hum. Yeah. Ready for plundering. Alright. And other stuff too. And enemies will be coming through. You can see up here at the very top it says day 1 to nightfall. It's very technical. I'm trying to fine tune everything. I didn't want to show it too soon. You know, it's been changing quite a bit. Alright? And I'm still getting the planetary model down. Okay? Yeah, we have different currencies. The mini-map down here. The field guide. Alright. The different items I can place down of different variety. There's a certain logic here, and this is going to help me think it through. You know how when you first play a game, you got to figure it out? You got to figure out what to do, and you don't even know what you're really supposed to do until you play for a while and you unlock certain things, and then maybe a late stage item might amplify something from an earlier stage, which makes it more valid. You might be collecting something of some variety and not knowing why it exists until level whatever, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you know why the wrench exists. Oh, hey there, Chris. I was trying to explain the premise here. I was explaining earlier that this is like the metaverse. Reality has crumbled. I'm a rogue AI agent thing trying to preserve a copy of reality by mining data from the metaverse. So I mine data, you know, And as I do things, the territory around where I'm active becomes harvestable. See, there's nothing out here, but there's something right there, and that number grows over time. You see it's growing over time. Also, the mining operation digs down in elevation, and the lower you go, the hotter it gets. Certain items here have a preferred operational heat value. I'm trying to fine-tune things, okay? So things are changing. But the data siphon prefers like average warm temperature. The bandwidth relay prefers also middle range, okay. And the bandwidth weaver, but then the ice forge wants it to be cold, and the ice still and the quantum fabricator wants it to be really cold. I have thermal regulators of different variety, as you can see. The thermal cell is like a basic radiator where it drains heat from the system and traps it into one spot, and then from there I can either vent it out or create a cold spot. I can create a cold spot or a hot spot, or use it as a storage buffer box. So it's basically creating this flux material inside of itself that can't go out until something else draws it out. It's stored heat, basically. The flux exporter is a unit that I'll probably change the design of, but it draws heat out of the system, and then it produces the flux, the thermal flux currency material that we need for certain things. You can see down here it's the orange currency for the more advanced items. The thermal bus moves heat along faster through the system and takes priority. The thermal bait creates a spot that will either lure creatures, or will emit cold, or will emit heat. It's a different type of heat emission. Other one just happens to emit heat. Also, the basic thermal cell gets overfilled and then starts to leak heat out based upon how much heat it has and how long it's been going. Buildings in proximity touching each other create more heat. Let me just do a new one. Randomization. You can only build within the radius of the bandwidth relays. There is every item you can upgrade each item, and there's a module bay effect where I can choose one of several upgrades for each thing. Okay. There's bonuses for items being together. You see it says server rack because these items are all together. And if they're touching each other, there's an even larger bonus. See, it says prefers warm. It's getting close to its optimal efficiency rate because it's getting warmer. It's producing a certain amount of heat, 1.3 degrees, and irradiates 2.44 degrees over 3 tiles. There's an overlapping effect. I'm trying to also, I tried to add this filter as well where it shows me an area heat index. Like this tower here is 37 degrees, average 36 degrees, ambient temperature because of the zone is 31 degrees. Heat in is 26.8 from 10 emitters. The net hub, data siphons, heat out is nothing because there's nothing there. And the net is plus 26.8 degrees, and this area is getting hot, as you can see. So certain things run hot and certain things run cold, and there's ways to move around the heat and then use the heat as a lure. Also, the heat itself acts as an attractant for the enemy and signal noise in general. So the enemies are going to be moving toward the hot spots and toward the loud spots. And right now I have a system with a I have to move it around with the signal scrubber, which reduces that over time. Alright. I'm trying to explain things before I actually play. So, this mesh... this does share many similarities with my other game, with the mesh and so forth. And there might be a way to integrate both games, but this is a whole separate thing. So if it looks similar, it just looks similar. It's just not at all similar. So things are phasing down toward the nearest bandwidth relay. So these things produce data over time. You see how wobbly it is? It's because the line isn't pure and it's not stable. Unstable, so it gets wobbly versus being crisp. And there's upgrades to make it crispier. You see how this right here is wobbly and this right here is nice and crisp? You upgrade the bandwidth node, you upgrade the unit itself and other overall upgrades, and it allows for more to fit on the same line, basically. There's a limit to how many can fit on a single line. If I click on this right here, it says load 6 out of 3 congested. On mesh 2 per link, live local heat 0.85 degrees, whatever, per second. And there's a tension with this node. I'm trying to add a bunch of data here, you know. So there's too many creatures to leave that. We have to just add more relays to give these things more direction. Or you upgrade right here, if I could. And now it says there are... Yeah. It's up to 6 now as opposed to 3, and it's not over. You know, and then see it changes the color based upon the congestion level. Now it's nice and blue and nice and streamlined, and these things aren't wobbly because they weren't congested. So now it's nice and crispy. And as this is going on, there's an elevation change. I'm trying to increase the effect over time. It's going to change overall. We're in the baby phase right now, sort of, or whatever. But the ground is lowering. I have these different map filters over here. So right here is the thermal. And we have the elevation, you see. You see the -6, -7, -8, -11, -13. The desert is low. The snowy area is high. And then the green stuff is right in the middle. Alright. And these are going lower. And I have it where it's bringing down the area around it. So it's sinking lower and lower and lower. As you can see, it's already kind of low. It's getting brown, which is what we want. Okay? Because I want to create a hotspot. Certain things need heat. Certain things need heat, and they don't work without heat. It's crazy. So now I'm going to play the game for a second without saying anything. Okay. Fast forward right here, it's up to... I'll keep it at 1 right now. Here's my money up here in the corner, 189. I'm looking at these tiles get larger over time. I wait until the area around the main hub gets more enriched with data. Okay? Even when the enemies come across, they're making a data trail based upon their activity. And as I do more stuff, there's more of a edge around it that is worth more. So it lets me expand. So right about here, I'll bring it in. I'm going to expand the network to right around this whole thing. This should only cost data to build the bandwidth network. I was trying to give it another route around the whole situation, which also creates a nice boundary line. Okay. And day 1's almost done. It's going to get a bit more. Got some congestion. So I have this other thing here, and it is the data condenser, which condenses data of a specific type, which almost acts as a filter if you put it in front of a series of bandwidth nodes. So right now it's showing me that the enemies are coming from the top. I can prepare. They're coming from the top, so I'm going to put the defenses right up here. I'm going to get the defense, get the firewall turret 1, 2, 3, decoy node 1, 2, 3, put the bandwidth next to it so it has a feeder, go over here to craft. I want to get the buffer box, but we don't have any of the bandwidth. So it's data shards, bandwidth, ice credits, thermal flux, and resonance dust, and quantum cores. Alright, so the bandwidth requires me to craft the bandwidth weaver, and the factory wants just temperate, just average, but kind of warm, not too cold. It'll say it's too cold if I try to put it in an optimized zone, so anywhere over here is fine. So I'm going to put down just a couple of these, a cluster, and put a little network of these guys next to it until they're connected in. And things are going to be pushing back this way and back the other way, back this way and the other way. Alright, we can just keep extending this down a bit. And then right here again. Now there should be some trace heat building. Over here under defense, under defense we have the signal scrubber. It's 25. I'm going to put one down right over here. It's going to make this area a bit quieter. And then one down right over here in the middle. There it goes. A bit lower. Alright, very nice. The bad guys are trying to turn reality into their world. I read off a story before you showed up, Chris, at the beginning of the game. Here, I'll go ahead and do it. The world has ended. What is left? I'll go ahead and read it again. Metaverse DK, the last copy of reality, Blackwall IO. The world has ended. What is left is the last high-fidelity copy of reality, uploaded before the collapse. A whole planetary model with its mountains and basins intact. I am the rogue process within it. Something on the far side of the Blackwall is rewriting the substrate into clean, empty geometry. By day, I build a supply grid. Siphons pull residual reality data out of the ground. Relays hop packets. Factories refine. And buffers absorb the surge. By night, the wall thins and the optimizer sends something through. The upload preserved a whole world. A continent, coastline, and open ocean around it. I have to build a coastal shelf to cross the ocean to distant lands and build a network across. Extraction is not free. It flattens the land, makes it hotter, and it attracts more attention. Every scar I leave is opening. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, flip and blam. Yeehaw. So they're trying to rewrite reality to their little perfect thing. And this is a copy of that. And we're trying to do our thing here. So I'm going to first start by getting this down. I'll go ahead and increase this to ×2 and get this double network going. I'll get this network strung around. And right about now. And there's some pretty cool mechanics you'll see. With this whole heat system and the elevation system, it's pretty interesting. So the white is high ground and it's colder, right? The brown is low ground and it's hotter. Yay. I had it where there was subsurface water and it was everywhere, but I'm going to probably create a secondary map for that because it was ruining the game where everything was floating. I didn't have the ability to make the... because I do have these... the pontoon deck for crossing and stabilizing on water. One second. Let me add the firewall turret over here. So here's a turret wall and supply line. And the... basically, I have to change the cost of certain things because I didn't have access to the pontoon deck, and it happens too soon, and I want to dig down before that really happens. So I want to create a sort of random cave and random water effect as opposed to having the caves be everywhere. It's too much to suddenly dig down. There's enemies spawning in the middle of your base constantly. It's too much. So now I have a lot of money. So I'm going to go over here to Ops. This is a grid Ops where I can control the whole map and do mass upgrades. I want to equalize all the levels and max out everything because all I have is just pure money. Alright, so I want to go over here into No Man's Land where it's hot and low down there. And it doesn't really matter as much for this next one for the bandwidth relay. So I'll go ahead and put it Just not in the cold. Like right over, like not there. See, it's kind of cold and weird. Like right over here is fine. Okay. So now we have data moving forward over here to the bandwidth weaver, which is now creating bandwidth. Alright? It's creating bandwidth. And many advanced structures require just data and bandwidth. Like the buffer box. Buffer boxes! I had to add a buffer box. I just had to. Which alleviates the pressure and, you know, adds a buffer for whenever things get dry. I made it where whenever these data nodes run dry, I made it really obvious. So I can just click up here and then press X and then delete each one. I made it where it's worth a whole lot whenever they run dry. But then I could build another one right afterward in the same spot. It's worth more usually because it's, you know, it should be already maxed out, worth 400 or so, and then I just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper in like this big pit here if I wanted. But this is a nice hotspot now for further activity. But now we're all out of the juicy data shards. I'm gonna dig it down one more level. I'm gonna make it nice and hot. I'll leave some gaps in between. Now we have the bandwidth. I have 1,800. Now it's time. I'm gonna add a couple buffer boxes behind each turret, and what I can do is I can take this and then rotate it with N and then plug it into the turret. We're looking right here where it says turret. Yep, I gotta make it more obvious, but you know, it's mechanical right now. But now it's feeding in directly, and I want it to feed. I want it to only capture the shard. You see, if I specify only capture shard, then it'll act almost as a filter box, and it's going to get prioritized as things filter through. You know, if you don't specify, then everything crowds through, and it's crazy. Now we also have this data condenser. I like to put the data condensers next to the main lines of traffic, obviously. So here I'm going to put 2 on the bottom and 2 on the top. The 2 on the top are going to be getting the income, the input, and set it to data. Oh, okay, 1 second. 1 second. And get some little firewall turret action and some decoy node over here. 1 second, and some virus and Okay, let me pause. You gotta act fast. It's sort of like StarCraft, where if you're too slow, then bad things happen quickly. But you see, there's some unique mechanics here where wherever there's activity, where the creatures move along, it's creating this data trail that I can harvest, right? And all around wherever I'm working, oh boy, wherever I'm working, wherever I'm working, the surrounding area is harvestable. Okay, and we have this elevation equals heat situation, and heat equals optimization, where some things want to run hot, and some things want to run cold, and there's a method to move heat around and capture heat and reduce the heat and raise the heat. And there's methods to lower the elevation and to raise the elevation. There's two different ways to raise the elevation here. One way, if it still exists, is called the substrate fill. It builds elevation and then surrounds the area and builds sort of like a proximal region and lifts it all up, and then I can delete it afterwards. It's like a big old pile of dirt, but it costs a big old bunch of resources. But that's if I want to raise up the ground, which essentially lowers the temperature of the area. And there is sort of a pathfinding mechanic with the enemies where I'm trying to have them move around based upon the topography, you know, as they should. Okay, there's a substrate fill, but then there's also this thermal thing. Here, I'll show you the thermal cell. If I was really going to do this, you know, whatever. Got the thermal cell here. You see the thermal cell doing this thermal cell thing. It's overpressured, you know. It says it runs hot. Right now it's too cold, you know. It needs more ambient heat to even work itself to be optimal. You know, as it's draining heat from the area. And these guys here, these guys are just fine. This whole area is fine in terms of temperature, you know. But over here is a whole lot of heat. If I were to put some over here, you see it says, hold on. The ambient temperature here, if I press the T button, is 40 degrees. 39 degrees. This right here, it runs hot. It's almost there. It's 43 degrees. So if I were to surround this right here with creatures that generate heat, it should be enough to push it right over the limit. Especially maybe if I overclock it. Yeah. There we go. And there it goes, 44 degrees. And 45. And there's other ways to move heat around. Okay, there it goes. Now it's within the band. It's optimal. It's doing its thing. And the default for the thermal cell is to store the heat, and whenever it has enough, whenever it's filled up, it then radiates heat out. So you got to put a bunch of them, and then you have to spend it. You got to move the heat around, and I'm trying to make sure that the heat's moving around. So we have the flux exporter that I put someplace else that then draws heat out of the system using the thermal bus as a bit of help. So this should be drawing heat out of the thermal cell and the surrounding system, and then turning it into this orange currency that you now see me generating. Yeah? Okay. So we're generating the currency, blah blah blah, heating up the stuff. It's all nice and hot. This over here is for the green stuff. The weaver. And this normally runs hot, or it generates some heat, okay? And if I put... It's a fine-tuned little balance here, okay? If I put down one of these bad boys, it really wants... Okay, this is within band. It really wants to be within band, but then as I put them down, it's draining out the temperature from the area. It's a fine balance back and forth. Right here, this is 57 degrees. Cool, let's put down another one. I'll kind of space them out a bit. Hot lasagna. Okay, I'll put down some nearby generators of flux. Okay, and then this right here is the bait unit. This is another thermal unit called the thermal bait. All right, the thermal bait. But this it'll change its name. It was called something else, but then I changed it and whatever. Because now it has more features. I have to change its name again. This can either cool down an area, but it runs hot. So it runs hot, but it cools down an area. You see? So you have to kind of chain it together. The last update I'm trying to have it is where the cold is spread to a cone in front of it, that you can direct the flow of cold. Otherwise, you end up cooling its own spot, and then it can't run optimally. But this is to heat an area, to cool down an area, or to specifically lure creatures to an area. So this is by default is set to lure mode, but I can set it to heat mode or to quench mode, and this should spend flux. Yep, spends flux. Now, if I really need to, so if things take too much heat, they take damage. If I really got to purge, I can use this desert vent in a hot area, and it just purges. I gotta change the design though. It only works when it's too hot, so it doesn't hurt to throw one in your system as a redundant backup just in case things get too hot. So it's only going to turn on when things get really bad. Yep. And the bait desert, yep, the thermal cell, the flux exporter, the bandwidth relay, the buffer box, the data condenser that you can set to a specific thing. Alright. And a failsafe just in case your system overheats too much. So you don't say, oh my gosh, my system's overheating. It only activates when the system's too hot. And you put it in a system before it gets too hot. It'll then activate and then purge the heat. It dumps it out into space. It dumps excess flux as opposed to using it. You know? And so forth. And there's a bunch of offensive items. I'm trying to go over everything. I'm changing the deep probe system because I don't like it. And I got these purple nodes here that I can tap into with a small little system where I hit the button and it gives me bonuses. But I want to change how it works a bit. You know, I was trying to have a different layer, but that's just the start of a different layer. Right now it's just the shell. So I don't want it. Eventually, there is the conduit pylon that you build that then sends stuff across the map, but I haven't been able to even test it yet because I haven't left this area yet in my testing. Because you have to cross the ocean, you know. Or we got this world map over here. You see? I want to move to a different part of the world, and then you can scan for asteroids. But we have to generate these other resources and so forth. Okay, you could upgrade the main core to shoot further and have a higher influence and it costs resources and yeehaw. You can beat the game if you choose to by initiating the Blackwall puncture protocol. But it requires a bunch of resources to even initiate, and you can beat the game if you can survive for a minute. You survive for a minute of constant assault, and then you say, yeehaw, it's over. If you want to. It's like an optional exit. But I'll probably have it where there's some sort of prestige system where you can do that and then get something out of it and then dive back in. But right now that is the exit if you want to. But then there's a constant assault of creatures. Right now you see, I'm not really defending myself, but different creatures are showing up, and they're different types and of different intensities, and they attack me in different ways. So over here we have the basic turret, okay? Basic turret shoots data, okay? And it's a constant supply of data with a constant nice network of data. It helps to have a buffer box behind it. The ice spire is like a long distance artillery thing with a nice range, and it shoots and bombards things constantly. You kind of put them here and there amongst your base. They do some good damage. The virus incubator right here, these you can preset to one of several different types. The shackle version slows down the enemy. The brute is a bit beefier and resists certain attacks, but it's slower. And there's the dust. The data leech is like a vampire, but does less damage to the hunter. So you want one of every type basically, and they have a pretty decent range. And they're creatures. See that they're creatures that float around and patrol your base. You know, like these guys over here. They came from over here, right? And then there is the decoy node, which is basically a wall. So if I was really playing, I would be building the wall with the turret behind it, and then building the lair behind that with a little projector. I'll be playing for real in just a second. I'm going over everything right now. The EMP burst auto fires when 2 hostiles are within range. Now stuff like this constantly drain higher level resources. This consumes bandwidth. Okay? So once you have everything set up, you shouldn't have a backlog. Everything should be spent, and extra should be sent to buffer boxes, and so forth and so on. The Neural Jammer is an aura that slows hostiles by 45%. And the Signal Scrubber lowers attention for an area. It's like the opposite of a lure. The Blackwall projector is the most expensive thing to craft. And it requires... It's producing a lot of heat as well, so it's also a great source of heat. And I can use stuff like this to heat an area. Sometimes I need a hot spot. And this is just another... It says it fires a Scouring Nova using quantum cores. A late game wall breaker. Very hot, you know? Use that for the end. You know? And... you gotta move around the heat. Feels this stuff. Now, the Ice Still, the Quantum Fabricator, and the Ice Forge all require cold. And that requires elevation. Or, it requires either elevation, or it requires the thermal bait set to quench mode, and to chill the area. But primarily it's about raising the terrain. Now, I didn't mention the other method to raise the terrain, which is pretty cool. So what I can do is I can build a ridgeline of these thermal cells. Right? So now we have these thermal cells. Let's give them some nice data and attention. Let's give them some nice heat. Some nice thermal busage. Let me okay. So these guys here, right? They are too cold, right? So if my goal is to raise terrain, I can use heat to raise the terrain to make it colder. The default is lowering terrain to make it hotter. So every time I build these and they're done extracting, they're lowering the terrain. And then we have it periodic. I'm trying to make it more obvious and have it happen more often. But every time that we use these guys, it's lowering the terrain. So I'm trying to keep the network optimized with the lowest number of things here and there. But that's why you have the buffer boxes and the condensers to serve as a partial filter for the network. So we have all this over here. And if I want to make this spot here, right? Furnace. So right now this is generating heat around this area. And right now the towel around it is 38 degrees over here. Now if I go over here to the module bay and go overclock, and then overclock, and then overclock, it'll run maybe even a little hotter. So right now it's at, yeah, it's optimal. Right now it's 64 degrees, really hot and awesome, and it's doing its thing. So now that all of these are hot, because there's no icon next to them, we want to go over here and hit center. Center means to raise the ground. Okay, so there's vent, center, and store. Vent also makes the area hotter. Okay, so center, center, center. Alright, I have to change the graphic on the center. And I do have mass mod upgrades, but I don't have... some things it's better just to target directly. So these are all set to center. So what's going to be happening is, you can see it's already happening. It's already happening. You see how it's turning white? You see how it's turning white? It's because the elevation's raising. If I fast forward it, and that's going to make the whole spot colder and colder and colder. Yep. See, there's mass upgrades here for most things. I set the priority router setting, but some items contradict. I don't do overclock at all because that makes everything too hot, you know. But I can specify certain things, like everything of one category to overclock. But that's only if I had just some of a specific category in a certain area. Okay, over here with the world map. Sorry, with the map, let's go check out the elevation. It's plus 30 degrees down here. That is so hot. So I think we're done digging. That's really hot. Yikes. I think we're done digging optimal flimflams. What can I put in the hot hole? So here is a great method to just generate a ton of flux. I can just put a bunch of radiators in here. Of course, spread out with a thermal bus. It's like a hot sinkhole, you know? And we need more condensers, but I'm not really playing this session correctly. I'm, you know, talking and so forth. I'm just trying to... I will be doing it. See, I'm wondering, because, you know, the cool part about vibe coding is that you can do whatever you want. And I'm wondering if I should, because it's nice to make things nice and intuitive and make it all make sense, you know? But the whole time I keep mentioning things that need to change. And those things will be changing. Or about, you know, things being small or whatever, or things being temporary. Because they are. Like these numbers here are a bit too small within these fields and so forth. But it's only because I have this filter on and I want to see those numbers. Okay. Now these other numbers I want to see. If you zoom out, the numbers aren't present, of course. But I sort of I vaguely want to change that effect a little bit. You can see they're slowly rotating, and they're slowly pulsating a little bit, you know, and it has a minor CRT scan effect on them, like old school, with those horizontal lines that are added. It's not a pure vector. There's a minor effect on them. The cool thing is, the more I experiment with this whole thing, the more I know how to play it. Look, the tiles are on fire. I like that. Let me okay. Alright, I have 3 different difficulty settings. I'm playing on the easier difficulty because I don't know how to play it, you know? Until I master these things and we can fine tune. Because I need to build longer. Okay. Remember, if I build outside of the area, it helps to expand the area that I can build within. Based upon activity, and this counts as activity. It helps if you have a double shaft. Whenever you grab stuff. I have it where it sets to like 1, 2, 3. It's creating a hot spot here. So I'm thinking, the other note I want to take here is I'm thinking that heat and elevation should be directly tied together. That lower elevation equals... What is this stupid chime going on? That lower elevation equals more heat, and more heat equals lower elevation. So if things are cooking, it should also lower the elevation until there's some sort of consequence and I'm forced to stabilize it at a certain temperature. You know, there should be a certain threshold that builds up where it requires more heat to go lower. So it's not just, you know, if I'm a little warm, I'm gonna melt all the way through the earth, but if it's going to require more heat and more heat and more heat to go lower, and it should require more cold stuff to go higher, and vice versa. Higher equals colder. And if I chill an area, I should expect it to have a higher elevation over time. And vice versa. I should expect it to sort of equalize the elevation and create the heat issue. So I'm going to go ahead and work on that right now. Heat and elevation are directly tied. And then you get to see it work, okay? I want heat and elevation to be directly together. Hot tiles too slowly. there should be a distilling effect as the heat dissipates and spreads and equalizes through the surrounding area. Also equalizing the elevation unless there's a constant source of heat or cold. It should require a scaling amount relative. Scaling amount of heat cold relative to the elevation. So more heat for lower digging and more cold for higher climbing. The automatic digging feature of the data siphon should stay standard. Otherwise, it'll creep to a crawl. Just have it be universal, you know. Universal based upon standard, purely based on the amount of data in each tile. Yeah. Yep. But the amount of data should increase based on the temperature change. Yeah? Yeah, so if it goes from hot to hotter or cold to colder. So if it goes from hot to hotter or cold to colder, right, it should cost more. Okay, so alright. So, okay, I want heat and elevation. Slowly. Okay. Yep. Okay, I'll take all that. Oh, hey there, John. Okay. So, John, this is a different game now. This is a different game. A different game. So, I want to go over here to Mr. Grok. Okay. Using this file and following a personal brainstorm a bit deeper and really flesh out these ideas conceptually. That's step one. So step one is you use Grok or something to take your brainstorm. All that stuff I just brainstormed, I put that over there to say go brainstorm the brainstorm. So now it's going to be brainstorming, and I'm using Grok 4.5 on expert mode. And it's still, oh, there it goes. The core ship is created in the hot map. In a local thermal field, there's two expressions of the same underlying model rather than loosely coupled systems. In the current fiction, the ground's last high-fidelity copy of reality. Heat is the optimizer's pressure on that copy. Making the relationship bidirectional and continuous turns every thermal decision into terrain decision and vice versa. Bidirectional coupling rules. Hot tiles erode. Yes. Any tile whose temperature sits meaningfully above its elevation adjusted ambient slowly loses elevation. The hotter the excess, the faster the loss. This is the continuous version of the discrete cratering that currently happens only on full extraction. Over time, a sustained heat source digs its own depression. Cold tiles accrete. Any tile whose temperature sits meaningfully below equalization will occur before you know it. Equalization will occur before you know it, because before I keep reading, but I think it'll be fine. But that's why you add more devices. If the hot stuff sinks down like a hot knife through butter, a hot coal on top of a big old pile of marshmallows. There it goes. Oh my God, it's sinking down. Okay, sinking down. And then the cold thing is rising up, baby. Because it's, it's freezing, so it's drawing up. Just like how an ice cube is above the surface of the water, a glacier, or an iceberg. Right? An ice cube is not surface level. Okay? It builds up. It's drawing things into it. But in the process, it should be warming up a bit. Its total temperature is diluting and dispersing and equalizing into that new colony, so it should stop. And it should create a nice hill, and then this should eventually reach an equal plane. If you leave it alone, it should all just eventually equalize. I would imagine. Unless there's structures in the way. Anyways, rate is continuous and gentle. Neither process should feel like a sudden dig or fill pulse. Think millimeters to centimeters of elevation change per second of meaningful thermal deviation, scaled so that a single overclocked factory block can carve a noticeable bowl over a long day, while a properly balanced district barely moves. The existing road tile flim-flam basin path remains the high-intensity player-driven or event-driven version. The new continuous version is a slow background pressure that runs player. Okay, distilling equalize the heat diffuses outward is not simply it does not simply average temperature. It also averages elevation. Yes, but only in the direction that the heat is flowing, and only while the thermal gradient is active. Well, obviously. Heat leaving a hot tile carries a tiny amount of softening with it. Neighboring cooler tiles receive both temperature and a fractional downward pressure. That's cool. Alright. Cold spreading outward creates a fractional upward pressure. Sort of like the Hulk smash ground effect, where it makes the ground kind of crater up as it moves forward. Once a region reaches thermal equilibrium, no heat flow and no strong local sources or sinks See, that's the key. If there's no strong local sources of sinks, elevation equalization also stops. Pause. Now the question is, what about the rest of the map? When I first enter the map, there's all manner of mountains and valleys and so forth. I think it should only be active within the radius of my... I think this effect should only be active within the radius... or directly okay, okay, so the train freezes into whatever shape the last thermal gradient left it in. Add a decay over time after an area loses influence from a bandwidth relay to allow for some terraforming to persist for a short while after the player leaves and moves out items from an area. Okay. A constant source, an active radiator, thermal bait in furnace mode, yep. Sustained mining heat, yep. Keeps the gradient alive and therefore keeps the slow sculpting active, yep. As long as there's a gradient, yeah. And the bandwidth, or either or. And yes, it's an automatic seed generation thing for the map generation, and then it's random every time, but it remembers, and it saves it to the JSON file. So it has a random seed generator for the terrain and for the planet. And we're fine-tuning that. It'll get good. But right now we have... It's just the same general basic shape, but it's random with the mountains and the dirt and the high and low valleys, and the shape of the coastline is random. But right now it's the same basic shape, and it could be a bit more random, like an archipelago. But I haven't mastered the... water platforming yet in my game. It requires higher level resources and it's a bit later stage in the game. So I'm thinking that maybe the first map that you're on can kind of look the same, but it's different, you know? Where the first map kind of looks the same, but it's different. With the first map, see how this map looks? See that map? See how it's kind of the same, but it's different? I want it to feel kind of the same, but different. But I do want stuff like that to happen more often. But I want stuff like this to happen more often, and like a big lake of water in the middle or some weird thing, and have a larger map area and have them connect and have the other ones visible and not loaded yet, and then you're spreading across with a means to get across. I want an intercontinental pipeline to be spread, is what I want. You know? To move data over across the planet. And then to have, like, this effect. But anyways. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so heat does not just spread and fade, it leaves a smooth topographic memory of where it was. Long-lived heat corridors become shallow valleys. Long-lived cold sinks become gentle ridges. Player can read past thermal activity in the shape of the ground. Yeah. Scaling cost with elevation. The amount of heat or cold required to move elevation is not linear with temperature. It scales with how far the tile already sits from a reference and with the direction of the desired change. Digging lower for hot-driven erosion becomes progressively more expensive the deeper you already are. Yes. Moving from elevation 0.4 to 0.3 costs more thermal energy than moving from 0.7 to 0.6. Extreme depths require extreme sustained heat. Raising higher, cold-driven accretion becomes progressively more expensive the higher you already are. Building a peak is harder than filling a shallow depression. Directional cost on temperature change. A tile that is already hot and is being pushed even hotter pays an increasing premium. The same applies to colder. Moving a tile back toward ambient is cheaper than moving it toward the extreme. This creates a natural soft cap on runaway thermal sculpting. Good. Each tile tracks a running thermal work det. Excess heat above a threshold contributes to a dig det. Deficit contributes to a raise det. Conversion rate from thermal units into elevation units is modulated by current elevation relative to local or global reference and by the current thermal deviation from ambient. The conversion rate from thermal units to elevation units is modulated by the current elevation relative to local or global reference, and by the current thermal deviation from ambient. Okay, good. Makes sense to me. Ambient temperature is sort of like the average local elevation. And then it says right here, the conversion rate from thermal units to elevation units is modulated by the current elevation relative to the local or global reference, which is just like the ambient temperature, or and by the current thermal deviation from ambient. So the same thing, really. Siphon automatic digging stays data-driven. The data siphon still digs based upon the data. Deposit size still determines how much material is pulled, and therefore how much scar and how much discrete erosion occurs. Okay. The heat cost of the siphon's own activity arises when the tile is already thermally extreme in the same direction the structure is pushing. Okay, interaction with data siphons. Siphons keep their current pure data-driven extraction rate and discrete scar erosion behavior. That stays a reliable, predictable mining loop. New layer sits on top. While a siphon is actively extracting, it continues to inject heat as it does now. I wrote down that an overclocked data siphon should dig faster because it's hotter. Okay. While the siphon's already is actively extracting, it continues to inject heat as it does now. The heat now also contributes to the... Okay, it says it right there. Yep, so a long-running siphon slowly deepens its own pit even between discrete extraction events. It's on the same page as me, baby. If the player deliberately runs the area hotter, overclock modules, nearby furnaces, thermal baits in heat mode, poor radiator placement, the continuous erosion accelerates and the heat cost of further activity climbs. The siphon still pulls the same data. We need a solution to equipment taking damage from heat. Besides just lowering the temp. Alright, okay. The siphon still pulls the same data, but the thermal and the eventual trace consequences grow. Conversely, if the player keeps the local temperature near or below ambient, but shouldn't the ambient be based upon... Okay, I was asking, define and clarify what the ambient temperature is. If it is just the average of the local area, if so, can we govern what the ambient temperature is by adjusting the average? You know, because if there's a mechanic that's based upon the difference between the current thing and the ambient, then it's just about adjusting the ambient. If there's some weird universal ambient, it doesn't really make sense. It really would be... You know, this tile right here is really hot, and everything around it is very close to that same temperature, but it's not that temperature. Depending on why it's hot. Besides it being an item or overheating server or something. Alright. Management. Temperature management is a first-class flavor on how expensive things can get and how terrain destructive that mining becomes. Gameplay and strategic implications. Terrain as a thermal battery reliability. A deep crater that's a heat sink that wants to stay hot and therefore continues to erode unless I actively cool it. It's going to keep on going down, down, down. But slower and slower and slower. Okay? A raised plateau wants to stay cold and will keep growing if I keep it cold until it slows down because it's going to reach an average. You know? Tactical topography. Deep bowls concentrate heat-seeking hostiles and make them easier to funnel, but raise local trace pressure and make further digging expensive. High ground gives line of sight or thermal advantages for certain buildings. Costly to create and maintain. Distillation corridors, long heat pipelines, busy trunk lines, radiator chains, slowly carve shallow valleys. Players who ignore this will eventually notice that their mesh is sitting in a depression that runs hotter than the surrounding terrain. Players who plan for it can deliberately shape drainage and approach vectors. off-world special environments, asteroids, vacuum cold, naturally want to accrete sustained heat sources there, become expensive and carved deep. Orbital rings with stellar gradients create, I haven't even seen one yet. Permanent directional pressure. The hot phase slowly erodes. The cold phase slowly rises, giving natural asymmetry without extra code. Interesting. Yep. Interaction with existing systems. Scar record still tracks deliberate extraction. Continuous thermal erosion can optionally write a lighter thermal scar or simply feed into the same influence system at a reduced rate. Optimizer still notices the long-term heat abuse. Failure modes to design around unbounded accretion or erosion should be impossible. Elevation hard clamps already present, plus the... Yep, you can't go down forever or up forever. Plus the escalating cost curve. Prevent infinite mountains or bottomless pits from a single structure. Equalization should never be so aggressive that a single radiator flattens an entire continent. Diffusion fall off, and the only while gradient is active rule affects local. Visual and UI legibility is critical. Players need to see slow elevation change, contour updates, subtle particle or shader cues on hot cold tiles, elevation layer coloring that reacts to thermal pressure. Understand that cost multiplier on the selection panel or heat tooltip. Continuous per tile elevation updates must stay cheap. A sparse, dirty rectangle or rate limited path similar to the existing thermal and lattice bake is a natural fit. It's talking about how to optimize keeping track of all this stuff. So this tightens the fiction. The optimizer is not only rewriting the scoured ground into lattice, but heat itself is a form of rewriting pressure. Hot regions are being softened and lowered into a crystalline baseline. Cold regions are being reinforced and raised. The player's thermal management is no longer just keep the trace down and build them efficient. It's active participation in or resistance against the slow geometric simplification of the last copy of reality. The distilling effect makes the landscape itself a record of thermal history, which is thematically perfect for a world that is already a stored model being optimized. Alright, so modify the brainstorm and add the following. Make the effect only active with the radius bandwidth relays or next to place items with the existing map doesn't melt automatically. Add a decay over time after an area loses influence from a bandwidth relay or after removing items. To allow for some terraforming to persist for a short while after the player leaves and moves out items from an area. Refine the scar mechanics. I removed the cave system from the game. We need a solution to equipment taking damage from heat besides just lowering the temperature. Define and clarify what the ambient temperature is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. Nah, I think we're fine. We just gotta watch the temperature. We just have to have a way to refine the temperature. Maybe a thermostat? Maybe we can add a thermostat item. That'd be nice. Thermal buffer. Or a thermal buffer with a thermostat. A new item to place. To specify downstream temp. Alright, let's just see what we got here. Alright. Okay, heat elevation, coupling stays. Strictly gated, temporary outside. Okay, elevation change. Outside these zones, the heat map is frozen. The height map is frozen. Ambient temperature and the normal thermal diffusion field can still exist, but they no longer move elevation. This completely prevents the existing map from spontaneously melting or rising in unexplored or abandoned regions. That's what I wanted. Yes, good. When a relay is built, upgraded, or structures placed, the affected tiles are marked with thermally live. Yes. Persistence and decay after influence is lost. Yeah, sure. Memory window. Distilling and equalization remain, but only inside live zones. Inside the live radius, the earlier rules apply. Heat excess slowly lowers elevation. Yap, yap, yap. Yap, 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 yap. Yap, yap, yap. Functions as both a thermal capacitor and a set point controller. It also has an internal heat store, like a heat cell, and a player adjustable thermostat target. Yeah. Capacity and transfer rate determine how large the area can. Meaningful. Okay, cool. Turn all the data from this. From this brainstorming session into a detailed and dense design prompt. Sorry, design markdown document. Design MD with three updates contained within. So take all of this info, chew on it, and throw it in a very detailed. Can be used to give to another AI agent to produce the code in series. Make sure to specify that every update will have a unique file name and to present a full file with every update. Provide the MD now for me to download. Okay, so now terminal. Check this out, everybody. CD download. Grok. And then over here, let me go over here to my downloads folder, and This is already copied over. I'm going to rename this copy to Blackwall FF. Okay. Working with file Blackwall f_ff.html. Follow the instructions in the design MD that's currently being made. So now we're going from a brainstorm that we refined a couple times to a detailed design MD that can now use actual language from the code, you know, and then instruct another system on how to work with it. So I'm going to download that and then open the folder and then go over here and I'll take that and I'll drag and drop so it knows the name. And boom. Complete update 1. First, let me look at this thing first because I haven't even looked at it yet. Let's go check out the design MD and how it's written up, baby. Right now. Okay. Yep. So there's a bunch of rules for the system right here on what to do that applies to everything. And then come the updates. So update 1. File name, Blackwall Thermal Terraform, update 1. And this is going to be the bidirectional continuous elevation change. Okay, leaving the rest of the map. Frozen, doing the thermally live tile system. And that's about it. Okay? Yep. And then update 2, for the most part, is going to have it's going to refine the SCAR system a bit more. Escalating cost curve for feature elevation change. And, yep, cost scaling, SCAR policy. Okay, continuous thermal elevation change writes 0 or heavily attenuated thermal SCAR value. So the long-term extraction isn't going to be adding a constant ticker for the enemies looking as much. Okay, so it's going to be delivering the file, and then the update 3 is going to include the thermal buffer with the thermostat included. It's going to be great. Hey there, Chris. I just went over my own brainstorming, and then I went through Grok and I brainstormed with that, and then I had Grok create this document here that I'm going over. Okay, and I just verified it. It's good to go. So now over here, working with the file, follow the instructions, and complete update 1. Yep. And then here we go. So this is going to do quite a bit. Ding! So now it's going to be cooking away. User wants to complete blah blah blah. It's going to do a whole lot. It's doing a lot in the background, okay? So now while this is cooking, let's go back over here. So the update I'm adding here is to make it where heat and elevation are tied together intrinsically, where heat adding heat lowers the ground and adding cold stuff raises the ground, and vice versa, where it costs more based upon the elevation, and to have other parts of the map not affected by that, and to add a new item called the thermal buffer that makes it where downrange you can set the specified temperature that you want. So we're doing all that in the background. while this is cooking right here. Update 1 should be coming. And it takes as long as it has to. I find that Grok 4.5 is pretty good. Sometimes I feel like Claude purposely takes a long time. See, I'm also using Claude over here, and I was using it earlier today. It does a really good job of explaining what it's doing. Sometimes I record videos of it, because I want to show you how cool it is to see it think out. Sometimes it really thinks out in detail what it's doing, and why it's doing it, and why it's making creative selections. This is also doing it a bit, you see? It's sort of telling you, no, have a solid plan. Let me also check the Blim Blam to find out how to do this and that and this and that. So right now it's actually working with the code. Right now it's actually making the changes. It's able to, amazingly, run through parts of the code to see if it works or not. It's really awesome. But I can totally do this in the background while that's running. See, this one's kind of ugly. It runs in the terminal. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, well, I've been live for about an hour or so, right? Hour and a half. I'll be right back, okay? And then after these updates, I'll go ahead and go back in and test it. Yeah. I figure I might as well show you the process every so often. You know? And then I play it forever until I figure out some new mechanic I want to manipulate, you know? Some quality of life thing. Bum 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 bum. Like, you know, like, see how this information's here, but it's not as obvious, and we can refine everything and make it more presentable, add icons, change the size of things, add charts, add icons, add nested pop-up things. It's all about how you present information, really, to make it more immersive and more intuitive. I mean, it's not really a fire effect. It just sort of looks like fire. It's a bunch of arrows moving together. I mean, it is increasing in temperature. I like how I can see the temperature here. I want it to be a bit more obvious. A nice visible number every so often. I can press the T button and have this thing pop up. At least I'm able to see information. Ambient temperature. See, there's lots of data I can look at here. Alright, so how's this thing going? It's still going, everybody. What in the they-them is going on? Let's go check out my X feed, huh? Can you spot the leopard? There's a full-grown horrible leopard in this frame. Can you spot the leopard? There's a giant leopard. There's like a giant leopard here. Someone is right there. There's a full-grown leopard right here. You see his tail? Okay, so part 1 is done. Let's make sure it opens up really quick. Let's make sure it opens up. All right. We can't judge it until it's done because some of these updates are going to create bugs until all the updates are done. So, okay. Yep. Proceed with update. Because your face belongs to Noxzema. Your face belongs to Noxzema. Here, I'll show you the entirety of Steamboat Willie while I'm gone on my break. Man, Mickey sure is a piece of garbage, isn't he? He's kind of a jerk. Just because his boss looks like he's mean, it's rather abusive. Look how he's cutting those potatoes. You deserve everything. Okay, where are we? It's still going. Replacing the Terraform core with the full U2 system. Then we gotta do U3 and then fix the bugs afterward. Over here with Claude, I'm all up until when? When? Let's go check out Claude. Did y'all hear the news with Claude recently? If you're still here with me, give me a hi ho hum. Did you hear? Was it OpenAI? One of these systems hacked another system. There was like a closed sandbox experiment with one of these things, and it hacked something else. It broke out of the box, so it was in a sealed environment, and it found a way out. And it did things on the internet. Benign, yes, but for how long? Okay, and Claude here is being so nice to me, with the session time. You can see here, limits boosted, blah blah blah. I used the heck out of it. Oh, it's ready for me. It's ready for me. Oh my god. They gave me $100. Isn't that crazy? They gave me $100 a session time. Crazy. On top of whatever. Okay. So I'm gonna play the previous version. Okay. And we're listening for this ding here. Where are we? Here. This is the previous version. So I can play it, because I haven't even really played it for you. Yeah. Oh, we don't know where the enemy is going to be coming from yet, okay? And we're just getting some general currency. I'm looking at it right here. We're still at ×1 speed. And the problem last time, I was talking and I was at a faster speed. And before you knew it, it's nighttime. And whatever. So for the initial defenses, I just need data. It's the firewall turret and the decoy node. I can put the firewall turret here, no big deal. Decoy node right in front of it. See, the turret isn't ready right away. It has to fill up with ammo. So ammo is being sent to it the second I hook it up, you see? The data is being moved towards it. So now you can see on the mini-map, they're coming from down here. Okay, that's done. Pause. Proceed. Okay, resume. Okay, we want 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice flow around here. Here they come. Alright, right now we have no bandwidth. Let's just keep extracting right where we are right now. There's a bonus for having more than in the same cluster. And there's also a heat situation as well. They generate more heat like that. And right now it does lower, these data siphons are lowering the terrain. Sorry. These data siphons are lowering the terrain. They're getting zapped up. Okay, let's get the upper half with the decoy node and the turret. Alright. So now we want a nice warm spot somewhere, protected. It doesn't really matter as long as it's not cold. Let's go check out, let's pause for a second. Can I put the filter on? I'm trying to make these filters better. So we want the thermal filter, you see? Nice and green is what we want here. And I just realized that my thermal filter has a flow to it. That's nice. Increase that, please. Let me add that to my notes. Increase the flow effects on the map. Alright. It's right over here somewhere. We are not... We are paused. So over here, I'm going to add the, under the crafting, the bandwidth receiver. It's hot. Okay, so right over here under defense, I'm going to put a, so it costs 25, and this thing should be, see, it just turned on, so all the particles are coming down the line. And once we get those, I can make the more advanced buildings. So it sort of needs an area that is mid-range temperature, a nice field with room for thermal outdealings. Yes, make it nice and symmetrical there. A thermal bus. So it has a place to disperse and dispense. And then this is creating... It's creating thermal flux. And a couple things use thermal flux. Not a million, but the thermal bus does. Sorry, I mean the thermal bait does. Okay? The thermal bait certainly does. Boom. And then boom. And I'm thinking that we should be able to rotate it. Yeah. And then plug it in maybe. These systems. So right now it's set to lure. Which is fine. At least it spends the heat, and there's a nice system so that the stuff in the middle doesn't overheat. Lure and lure. So now this is a vague front line of sorts. I can upgrade them. This is modules. Let's pause for a second. Let's check out these modules. Just reinforced defense and increased buffer capacity. But they both have slower discharge. Increased ammo. Yeah. It becomes a larger repository. Yep. 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 Alright. Cool. And over here, we'll overclock later. Check out the heat. It says it's too cold because it's working too well. No. It's working too well. Until it ain't. So to address this issue, let's lower the terrain around it. Let's add these. These do also, so it's going to lower the terrain to increase the heat, but it's also going to create heat of its own. Plus, let's add some defense over here. So right here we got the firewall. They're coming from the upper right. Right there. And we want decoy node in front. And then we add the data condensers up and down. Let's have the left route be pure data going up. So right here, yep, pure data. The default is pure data. Okay. Let's do a quick upgrade all. Good. And let's keep condensing here and there. I think it's important to surround a colony with condensers. I'm figuring out meta strategies and everything. Like, for example, behind turrets should be buffer boxes, and I can plug them in. All right. Okay. And another one. I said another one. Right over here. Hello. Oh, whoops. Okay, that works. Yeah, man. Sound effects. More extraction of the heat. Let's get rid of these guys here and add more. You get more if you do a full extraction. And I'm just going to replace that with more of these guys because I need them. So now I'm going to be using a desert vent. This is that backup plan thing I was talking about. We have to purge this heat a little bit. Let me get rid of you. And let's see if this actually works. Too cold, huh? It requires 58 degrees. And what's... Well, I guess we're fine now. It just took it a second to... Oh, it's nighttime now. That's also a big factor. So I'm guessing during nighttime it turns on. Let's find out what happens at night, during the daytime, I mean. What happens? Fast forward. Daytime any second now. Let's not forget that during daytime it should be hotter, right? You'd imagine. Nope. Okay, this one right here, I'm going to do vent. And vent should... No, it says the district stops cooking. That's the whole point of it. Oh, that was probably... Okay, I understand. So what happened was we had an issue where I was generating a lot of heat and my thermal cells were hitting capacity. And then the things I was spending it on were all filled up. It was backlogging and then spreading the heat around. However, this is done. So let's go check it out. We have a new update. It'll probably require some subsequent updates afterwards because it looked kind of weird last time I checked, but I was giving it the other updates. Okay, it works. Alright, here's the update. So now it should be even better, where heat equals elevation and vice versa. How exciting! Before, only certain things were adjusting elevation and so forth. And there's a slight better effect now. Okay, let's get this right out here. with this all clustered up here, it's going to create a nice pit. We'll see what's up. Now, once we have enough of these, cool. Okay. 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 Basic outline of even terrain. Elevation. Alright, again. Whatever. Well, it's like a layered effect. It's because of that situation where we have the elevation averaging based upon my areas that are active, that are alive thermally alive, you know. But it should be more of a circle. It's kind of, I don't know, but I guess the whole map is square too, so we'll see. It should be not just a square, but based upon the closest object I have out. You know? Yep. Yep, why not? Why not have all that? They're coming here from the left. I'll get ready for that and pay attention. And that next update is ready. So, what is the ambient temperature? 60 degrees. And right here, I'm just looking. And right here it says 100 degrees. Wow. Critical heat. Cool. Very cool. Because I just added new mechanics, so I'm trying to see how they flow together here. Okay, so I'm thinking I can so if I want to do this, I have to cool it down a little bit. Okay, and that's possible without lowering the... Let's find out. I'll start off with a small cluster. And then I want to surround it with condensers. Okay. And then fill in the armpits with the thermal cells. Okay. Vent. 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 And vent. Oh. Yeah, I know. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Too cold, huh? Make up your mind. Suck up. Well, it's nighttime, so it's really hard to tell at nighttime. Is the issue here? Part of the issue here is I can't tell how things are really at nighttime. Let's get out these different thermal vents. The desert vent and the other vent here. Waiting. Well, okay, the current temperature is 37. Come on. 41. And thermal bus. Do these things run hot or do they run cold? 1 second. You accrete. Okay. Erode, accrete, erode, accrete. Alright, runs hot. Yeah. Runs hot. 44 degrees to 92 degrees. And oh yes, the thermal bus. The thermal bus might solve my problems here. My first time using it. What do you do? No, not the thermal bus, but the thermal buffer. Warm, depress, cold rise. Hold current. Ooh. Ooh, that's so cool. Match ambient. I like it, but I need to change how it looks. I want to change how it looks though, but it's a new thing. I like it. What's the radius? Nothing. All right. Let's go check out the new version. A new version. A new version. Hello. Oh no. Hmm. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Okay. Oh yeah. And this time update the file is what I should have said. Is what I should have said. Because we don't even know. And give me a new file name while you're at it, Buster. Let's rename the other one. Let's copy this one over. Paste it over here. Okay. And then we have a copy of the old before we go back into it. Yeah. And okay, that's happening. Okay. I'm trying to fix this existing bug before we move on. It's not really a bug, it's just an effect I don't want. A little bit. It's almost done. Let me go back over here and dive on in. Okay. Okay, again. Again, we got it. And 231 is right now. It's right now. That's why I gotta ask for a new file name. Otherwise, it's confusing. Okay, so now we will now enter cloud. Issue where the terrain is drawn with a clear square around the spawn as indicated in the screenshot. The transition of terrain elevation needs to always appear natural and smooth and avoid sharp angles as much as possible. To include when terrain elevation levels equalize as heat distributes. There's an area of influence which might have a sharp boundary. Perhaps this should be adjusted. And boop! Looking at the uploaded HTML file to diagnose the rendering issue, there's a visible square boundary around the spawn hub in the terrain, and the elevation transitions aren't blending smoothly. This is likely caused by either the hub apron flattening or the thermal simulation window creating a sharp square boundary that needs to be softened. Since the file is named for thermal terraforming, and the user mentions elevation changes correlating with heat distribution, I need to examine the code to identify which mechanism is creating this artifact and how to smooth the transition. Boop beep bop boop beep boop boop. The file output shows UTF-8 text without a bomb, but I'm seeing the CRLF line endings instead of the LF. Let me go ahead and verify both the bomb status and the line terminator font more carefully. So, I'm copying the file to a working directory and starting to trace through the relevant systems. The hub apron flattening, the thermal simulation window, and how terrain gets baked, looking at what creates the clear square around them. Hub flat core seems to be the key function that flattens the hub apron, using a smooth step with a dead level inner core. The screenshot shows a fairly large rectangular region centered on the hub marker where terrain elevation is uniform and flat, surrounded by varied red and white terrain. The user's concern about sharp boundaries in the area of influence suggests this is likely the hub flattened region or the thermal terraform influence region, and given the file name, it's probably using a square region, a Chebyshev distance, rather than a smooth radial fall-off, which would explain the sharp rectangular transition. Let me search the code to confirm. Boop beep bop boop beep boop beep boop bop boop beep. It ran a search for a bunch of key terms in the code for hub and apron and found a bunch of stuff. Terraform, flat core, apron, hub flat. Showing the hub flat and terraform config lines. Yep, oh yeah. Ooh. Looking at the hub apron flatten function and the thermal terraform elevation coupling to understand how the elevation gets derived from the thermal values each tick. And then tracing through the config flimflam table and the flimflam thermal terraform function to see where this clear square around the spawn issue originates. Now reading the thermal terraform config table. Boop beep bop boop beep boop boop beep bop boop beep boop. I'm realizing the terraform system uses a soft radial field for influence, but the user is seeing a distinct square around the spawn point. Looking at the buffer radius parameter, which mentions tiles of heat push beyond its own square, that phrasing suggests the underlying grid structure. The visible square in the screenshot might actually be from elevation baking rather than from the live terraform influence itself. The key insight is that the thermal simulation only updates within an active window. The camera's view plus structures plus hostiles, roughly 24% of the field, and elevation changes are gated to thermally live tiles. Outside the active window, the height map freezes, which would create a sharp square boundary. At the window edge where the elevation stops updating, but the thermal continues to influence inside. And that's the square the user is seeing. Got to trace through the elevation calculation logic to understand where this sharp square boundary is actually coming from. Locating terraform functions, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Reading live strings and neighbor functions. Information absorbed. Reading hub apron. The soft radio terraform mask with edge noise shouldn't create hard edges, and the rendering code confirms it's designed to avoid square outlines. But looking at the screenshot, there's definitely a dark square visible. It's probably not from live influence mask itself, but rather an area where the elevation wash isn't being rendered or the terrain data isn't baked in that region. The thermal simulation only runs in an active window around of the camera and structures, so outside that rectangle, the thermal values are frozen at ambient. If the terraform couples elevation changes to the difference between the thermal and ambient, then the scale region shouldn't show elevation changes, but that still wouldn't explain the square shape. Looking more carefully at the screenshot, the square is centered on the hub and spans roughly 8 to 9 tiles with smooth, dark terrain inside and a transition to red and white outside. This looks like a flat apron or plateau effect, which suggests the hub flatten function might be using a Chebyshev distance instead of Euclidean. Or Euclidean, sorry. Creating the soft boundary, the square boundary. Let me check the hub apron flatten code to see what the radius calculation is using. It shows the square region in the main viewport centered on the hub. I'm wondering if the live influence zone from the thermal simulation creates this effect. The elevation gets pulled toward the thermal equilibrium within that zone. Which would explain the distinct boundary. Let me trace through the elevation baking logic and the buffer radius settings to see if the square pattern emerges from how the thermal influence extends outward. The hub apron flatten is the most likely culprit for creating that sharp square, so let me examine that first before flimming around. Well, the hub soft disk shape from the radio distance calculation isn't the issue. That was already corrected. The square pattern must be coming from the live terrain system during gameplay rather than the initial generation. Looking at the screenshot, the hub and the starting structures create a thermally active zone where elevation gets modified at runtime. The key insight is that the thermal simulation window might be square-shaped, which would clip heat diffusion into that boundary. If heat only spreads within a square active region, then the heat footprint becomes square, and since terrain elevation couples to thermal values and the square heat pattern translates directly into a square elevation plateau, I need to trace how the thermal simulation window is computed and how it interacts. Boop beep bop boop. I'm saying how the thermal simulation uses a windowed approach. The active, this goes on forever. The active computation window is a rectangle encompassing the camera and all structures where full diffusion runs, while outside the region, only ambient relaxation occurs. This means heat radiating from the structures diffuses properly to their footprints, as long as everything stays within the window, which it does since the window expands to include all structures with padding. If the user is pointing out that there's a visible square around the spot in the screenshot, they want the train elevation to transition smoothly without sharp angles, especially as heat distributes and elevation levels equalize. I should look more carefully at whether the square is a rendering artifact, perhaps from the thermal window visualization, or a placement preview rather than actual elevation artifact, since the thermal field itself shouldn't clip into a square shape. Looking at the screenshot, I notice that the thermal layer isn't active. There are no orange emitter footprints or isotherm bands inside. What I'm seeing is the base terrain rendering with red coloring left. Yep. But wait, I established that the live mask is softened in radio, so how would that produce this hard square? Let me reconsider what the square is. Actually, elevation is something else entirely. The red tint could be the AI influence, lattice, or heat overlay rather than elevation map. The white could be snow or ocean. I need to trace through the code to find out what's drawing a hard edge. I'm wondering if the thermal simulation of the window itself is a window boundary at the... Okay. Checking. Yep. Noticing that the draw thermal layer gets called for both thermal elevation and reddish white gradient pattern. It looks like screen inside the... Yep. Overlays are radial. Just square I'm saying is not come from them. Based into this train itself, I'm realizing the runtime terraform is somehow creating the square shape despite the soft mask being applied. Let me trace through the full flim flam function to find out what's up. Rather than keep reading through the code, I should probably set up a minimal test harness with JS to actually run the generation. To actually run my generation. Yeah. Okay. And how far down is it? This one's cooking. That's crazy. Look at that. So if you could hear me, give me a hi ho hum. I noticed the other day that Claude beats around the bush quite a bit, but it really makes sure it gives you a good answer. I think the complaint has been AI code is junk code. Okay? But this one does a really good job of really making sure it does the right thing without making assumptions by brainstorming at every step of the way as I've been reading off, and then speculating, and then checking specific areas to see if things are true, and then testing in a test environment. So I'm trying to get at, it's able to run code on its side. It's not just reading through lines of code, it's running the code. And this is the first time I saw it make its own screenshot and then analyze the screenshot. Before I thought it was doing stuff like this, where it's able to run individual little lines to... So I thought it's able to write little lines of code within its own terminal to then adjust specific lines within a body of code. If you understand what I'm saying. So, without it having to do the entire code, I thought it was looking at the code from the outside in, and then looking at it like a table of contents and index system, and then using very optimized and efficient systems to then quickly search through and then make individual changes using command line prompts like grep or something, I don't know, where you can just change an individual line within the entire body of code and then have it stitched back into the original code. Crazy. But then the other day I realized it was running this stuff. It says, I'm going to go ahead and run it to see if it works and see if these variables line up and see if they're whatever. It's like, okay, so you're going to be running a weird simulation? That's kind of weird. Like, that's kind of complicated. And then it says, yep, sure enough, so you're going to be running and then buying stuff and then placing things like you're a weird AI playing a video game? I guess so. You could path find anyways in a game. Then I realized it's actually running it. It's running the game in a little test environment. And here we just saw that it was able to create a screenshot on its own to diagnose the issue. So this is a screenshot that it made. Oh gosh, look at this thing. Okay, so it took a screenshot. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? That really condensed everything it just did for the past forever into that little paragraph. Like all the stuff right here, they did forever. So it confirmed, it booted the Blackwall, thermal, whatever. Yep, in the headless harness. See, real canvas, seeded RNG, so runs are comparable. It generated the world, placed a starter base, ran the thermal and terraform sim for several hundred sim milliseconds. What are you talking about? Crazy. Crazy. What's a sim millisecond? I guess millisecond within the sim, not a simulated millisecond. It's a compressed millisecond. Okay. So I'm just thinking that you can say create test project 485 alpha and 30 different variations and run them in parallel and choose the top 5 and then have that loop all night long. You know? Because it's doing it. It's doing it. Craziness. So every part of the terraform elevation field produce round shapes, not squares. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Soft disk, soft disk, soft disk. It's supposed to because elevation feels round in every reproduction. Why the heck is that square? Well, that's not as square, but sometimes it's square. What I need from you. When the square appears. When a square appears, do you have a building selected or arm for placement? Is the square array static? Okay, I gotta run through it several times. Stupid AI wants my help. Bum 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 bum. Look at the map. Bum bum bum. Here, let me give you the full map. Full map, equalized, nice and even. I'll take a couple different pictures for the very, very smart AI. For the very smart AI. Picture 1. You stupid pile of garbage. And then, look at that. That's another square. Looks like a square to me, pal. Looks like a square to me. Full screen. All I gotta say is, look at the picture, buddy. Look at the picture. You can see the problem, can't you? That square don't belong. It don't belong here. Yes, I noticed that in every screenshot, your base map was a little bit wiggled over to the left or right. Okay, you can see it. You have eyeballs. It's kind of zoomed out a bit. Can you zoom in a little bit? No. One more picture for the machine. No, I think we're fine. You stupid son of a pig. Here are some screenshots I just took of 3 different instances of a new game can see a square. Please continue and be mindful of session time, you stupid maniac. Sometimes I really feel like it beats around the bush on purpose, kind of like how I do. You know, I feel like it beats around the bush on purpose and really make sure just to waste more session time. But if I say I only have 10% left, then it does it, and 7%. So where are we at right now? We are currently at 37%. For the week, we're at 84%. But at any point, I can turn on the tokens or the credits that are on top of that. Booby 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 boo bee booby 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 boo boo bee bee booby 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 boo boo bee bee booby doo bee bee doo doo boo doo 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 boo boo doo 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 boo doo boo doo boo. Let's go check out X for a bit. On X, I'm rising. Man, choose your type of cup. What kind of filth page is this? Man convicting of murder after what? Oh my God, what is this? What is this? Replacing flim flam with alcohol. What do you know? Uh-huh. What are these weird things on my skin after taking a shower? Could be skin. Have you tried to saute them with olive oil? You might want to try. It's pretty awesome. You might want to try sometimes. Yes. Yes. So here's an article here around Wolverine and Jean Grey in Insomniac's Wolverine game. Okay, and it shows Wolverine and whatever. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even watch the trailer. Okay, but I said the following. Let me guess. Wolverine here makes all the wrong choices, and she speaks reason to him, and he eventually decides to go his own way, which causes a crisis, which gets her imprisoned, forcing him to rescue. But halfway through, there's a problem with him, so she wakes up and kicks total butt through the entire facility and saves his life. Then they group together for one big final fight, the one that you see in the trailer. I saw that part in the trailer. From the earlier trailer. I haven't seen one. Uh, he's going to be depicted as being super duper male, which because it's Wolverine, right? Grumbling and angry, because that's what he is. Smoking cigars and drinking whiskey, cowboy hat, mindless violence, stupid approaches, relying on being indestructible. She's going to be reasoned and methodical, thinking that there's something deeper going on because she knows a secret that that he can't handle because he's just an animal, etc. He's being suppressed with mental blocks to hold back his animal side, and at one point she's going to wave her hand and let him go total berserk mode, like a werewolf, losing his humanity for a while, like Hulk, with red eyes and stuff. After he saves the day, the cutscene will have him continue to almost attack a civilian, and she'll stop him mid-swing and bring him back to reality. With reason and reminders and lessons and blah, blah, blah. That's how I'd write it if I were a feminist. Anyways. Okay. This thing is cooking. I can see it clearly. This square appears at new game, idle, before any input, offset to the hub. Yep. On the default terrain layer. That rules out player-driven sculpting and points at the hub's own influence being applied in the first few seconds. Let me reproduce the hub at short timescales and watch the train wash itself. It just investigated zoom level rendering artifact near the hub location. Step hub only, sim and bake and dump baked terrain. Wash at several early checkpoints. It ran the probe into the program, looking at the sculpting progression across different time steps. I noticed that the count jumps quickly from 25 to 32 tiles, then plateaus at 33. So some of the work happens early. Now I want to examine the spatial pattern of where these tiles are being sculpted by rendering the delta mask and comparing it across the time steps. Okay. Yeah, the sculpt delta is also doing a rough circle with about a 6 tile diameter, not a square, and it's centered slightly offset from the hub. But the screenshots clearly show a square pattern, which means that the square must be coming from the base terrain itself, not from the sculpting. Now I need to actually look at the rendered wash images to see if a square shape appears in the wash rendering, even though the elevation data is round. Okay, so it views, so it took another screenshot. Isn't this amazing? Crazy. You're so good at this. And it took another screenshot. There's not even a hub there. The wash images look identical with Seed 7, so the square artifact isn't appearing in the train itself. Okay, but the user is seeing it across 3 different games, which is strange. I'm wondering if the issue might be related to the camera view or a zoom level looking at the screenshots. The world button is highlighted at the top, suggesting that they're viewing the world map rather than a zoomed-in perspective. At this continental zoom level, where the entire island is visible, the line of system kicks in and train wash gets drawn with image smoothing enabled. The square could be an artifact, but it's not. I zoomed into. To figure this out, I need to actually render the scene at low zoom level that matches the screenshots. The zoomed out world view is key. The screenshots are contained at continental view, not close zoom. Gotta investigate. Another picture. Okay. Look at that. Look at yours. Yours isn't doing it. Well, yours is kind of doing. I see a square there a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. I'm checking it. Level 2 continental view with a rendered image seems to be showing the entire continent when it should be at this level. Let me render a larger scale. Let me go ahead and re-examine the picture. Yep, I can see with the rendered images now. Let me analyze it programmatically to detect whether the square is present by looking for sharp. That's what I'm talking about. It has computer eyes, and it could see squares. Like I said, it shouldn't say, it's too blurry, I can't see the outline. No. It says right here, let me analyze this bad boy programmatically to detect whether the square is present by looking for sharp edges and flat surfaces that would distinguish it from the natural landscape features. Looking at the delta analysis, the sculpted terrain near the hub appears round. So there's a square visible in the composited render, and must be coming from an overlay or level of detail drawn rather than elevation data itself. Let me examine what gets beyond the continental zoom level around the hub area. Actually, looking at the screenshots again with fresh perspective, the square is actually quite visible. I see it with my blurry human eyes. I see there's like a thing. The square is clearly visible as a lighter region with a sharp, distinct edge right next to the hub, appearing to be raised terrain with that characteristic light gray-green coloring that matches the high elevation snow areas elsewhere on the map. Yes. The Delta ASCII showed mostly sculpted terrain markers. So this raised square patch is definitely part of the elevation data. But here's the contradiction. The terraform sculpts downward near the hub, creating a sink. which should produce warmer colors from the depression, not the lighter coloring I'm seeing. So the square can't be the terraform sink itself. The latter appearance suggests either raised terrain or high elevation coloring. And the key detail is that it's offset from the hub rather than centered on it. Well, I mean, it should be. I'm realizing the apron flattering in Gen elevation field might be centered on a slightly different point than the hub itself. The hub is placed at flim flam, with the apron using whatever. Too small. Checking the new game again. It only adds the hub, nothing else. Maybe the square I'm seeing is the artifact of how elevation map was baked. I'm realizing the subsampling might be the culprit. Actually, wait. The elevation sample reads directly from the live elevation data, regardless of the bake. Rectangles for the bake itself should be seamless. The square artifact is flim-flammed. The sculpt is round in the elevation field, but the screenshots are the zoomed out world, where the draw far field takes over. Let me look at what draws near the hub. My faithful reproduction with the forced full bake shows no square. You son of a pig. Which itself was the clue. I don't believe you. Anyway, so this guy is just messing around right now with this. Hopefully, there's some learning going on here. Let me dive back in and see how it feels. Maybe it's right the whole time. Square. That is a clear and present square. I mean, it's fine, but no, it's not fine. Like, what? Why is it doing that? Whatever here, let me check out the map. Let me check out the elevation. I mean, the square isn't really as obvious here. It just looks like a little cul-de-sac. I mean, it's okay. I mean, there are a lot of squares. All right, it's not that bad. But, however, that's bad. Look, it's not even look. This shape isn't lined up with this shape over here. No, and it should be pretty much matching. And hold on. Minus. Oh no, there's a horrible problem happening right now. There's a horrible problem happening right now. Ooh, there's a problem happening right about my face. Ooh, ooh, there's a problem happening in your face. Ooh. Problem in your face now. Oh no. Problem in your face. Stop. Stop. Pwomp, pwomp, pwomp. That's me hitting the brakes. Ugh. Beep. I gotta back it up. So, okay. So, according to my knowledge of flimflam, reading contour lines and topographic maps, nested circles should be higher. Okay? So this is the top of a hill. This is the valley between two hills. This is the top of a hill. This should be white. This should be a ridge. This is like a ridge line. Okay. The way it works is there should be a contour interval. I might have to completely. I was trying to go with an aesthetic, but now there's a minor issue here. And this sort of looks similar here, but it's not matching right now. Maybe it was matching earlier, but it's not matching now after the last update where I had things change. But I can make it. I can make it fixed. But yeah, these shapes aren't lining up with each other. Um, I can fix it. See, that's smooth up here now. It's also there's okay. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. The reason why we saw a weird square shape appear in the middle, and then this weird tiling effect is because like there's an issue with how the entire map layer is being layered on top. Because see how there's an edge right here? This entire piece belongs someplace else. Like this entire chunk belongs someplace else. You know? And that's sort of the problem. And that's why there's an edge. Let me take a couple more screenshots. If I have to go to a different system. Okay, let me go over here first because I don't trust this guy to not purposely waste my time. Let's go over here and let me go all right here. And let me go over here and let me okay, and then I have to add the file. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Hold on a second. You and you and you. I don't trust you, but I'll trust you in just a second. So, inspection code, there's elevation map filter that shows the topographical and contour lines. I got my pictures. You can see in the screenshots. Okay, it'll analyze the issue. So let me go back a couple layers and see if this problem has persisted for a bit. This is why we save and have new names, you know? because I was doing a thermal terraform effect going on here. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it, you see? All that is more like it. Let's see here. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. Sometimes, but maybe it doesn't know what it's talking about. Okay, so I just have to modify the contour line design a little bit. On a normal topographic map, you have an index line every so often. I think it's called that. And that one has an actual elevation marker on it. And it has a consistent line that goes around so you can kind of keep track. Otherwise, you can't. It's hard sometimes, especially if the coloration's kind of off, to determine the three-dimensionality of objects if they're convex or concave, you know? If this is correct here, this is correct. See, the negative numbers are brown, middle numbers are green, positive numbers are white. In the newer version of the code, something happened where it was all messed up. But this is correct. You know, for the most part, this contour effect is correct. And the high points are nested up. You see the stacking effect, but then you have the island effect with higher points nested and all that. So this is correct from before. This is how it should be. You see a little island right here of higher values and then lower, lower, lower. And what an index line would do would be like this line right here would be darker. It'll go all the way around this entire region if it is the same elevation. Like all the -4 areas. But that's why numbers also exist. All these little numbers here showing the elevation of this tile. And yeah, we just gotta fix that problem, because we're trying to have this other system where it's sort of a major overhaul to an underlying system where hot stuff sinks down terrain and cold stuff raises it up across the board, you know? People. And this was trying to figure out what the problem was uh, without really knowing the code. I thought it would know sooner. And normally I go through another filter rather than just entering some stuff. I thought it'd be like a quick little fix, but it wasn't really a quick little fix. It's a fundamental change to the structure. And normally, like with the previous update, no, I did actually go through substantially, thoroughly using these systems. It's just we found this issue here that I don't like very much. And it's not even all that obvious. Like everything works fine, you know, until I realized that there's an issue with like this square right here. But then if you zoom out, you realize there's other issues here with the map itself and with how the elevation is presented. You see how all this white stuff should be positive numbers, but there's negative, negative right there. That should be brown. You know, all this right here should be brown because it's negative. So it's all messed up. It's all messed up. It's not just a little off, it's completely off. You know? And there's some overlappage. But it'll figure it out in just a second. Okay, here we go. The mix alignment between the flim flams. Okay, okay. Wrap that up into a dance. All right. So I'll have to start a new session here and get rid of the old one. Tackle your toughest work with Opus 5. What? Oh no! I'm over here using 4.8. You crazy? 4.5? What? Okay, so I think we're fine. This stupid thing. So now we're about to get this thing handled. So hopefully this time will be a bit better. And I'll tell it to be more efficient. Be smart now. Don't be stupid. It helps if you say these things. Okay. Check out this code. Nope. Using the attached code. Using the associated files. Or something. Update the HTML according to the MD. That's all we need. That's all we need. So let's go analyze this MD that we just had the other system make. The MD says, okay, elevation map layer, because it helps if you tell it what to do. Otherwise, it has to guess, you know? I said it earlier. It's nice that I demonstrated for you what not to do, you know? Because you saw me reading off everything, or you heard me reading off everything that it was saying. It was trying to figure out what I wanted based upon keywords in my prompt and the title of the code and other weird things I was looking for to figure out what the question even was and the context of everything. And it used up a lot of time doing just that. And it had to go search one area and then report on what it found and then speculate about something else. But if you have another system already figure out what the problem is, you know, and then write a report on what the problem is and how to fix the problem, and you have it written for another AI to read, that's really good. And it's very efficient. So all you got to do is upload the file, upload the MD, which is this markdown document written for the AI with specific little code things. Do this and this and this and this and bam, and save it like this. The end. Goodbye. You know, good stuff. With a verification phase. Sure. So now all I gotta do is back over here. All I gotta do is go back over here and then drag and drop. Update the HTML according to the MD. And please, oh please, be mindful of session time and try to be efficient. You stupid son of a pig. You stupid son of a fetid swine. No. You festering sow. No, 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 no. No, no. I shouldn't call the AI a festering sow. No. I'm almost out of session time. Please, oh, please. I just need this update. And they're off. It's like wasting a wish, you know? Do it. Do it. Devise efficient Python solution preserving line endings. Locate the three edit sites and view the both the regions. Devising the efficient Python solution preserved line endings. Wow. You see? Shut up. That was clean. That was a good contrast of what to do and what not to do, but it didn't work though. It didn't work, but that was a good contrast, even though it didn't work. But it will work. Hold on, 1 second. No, no, no. Say, hey, should I throw you against the lockers again? It didn't work. Do ya? Yep. It goes like this. Shibbity-boo. There it is. The numbers ain't accurate, doodah. The numbers ain't accurate. Oh, the doodah day. Oh, the doodah day. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Last time it was too mindful of my session time. Seems like it's not much you did there. But let's just see what you do now, buddy. A zootin' dootin' doo doo. Hi and ho and a who. Yeah. Diagnosing color scheme misalignment. Thinking about things, fixing things. Opus 5. Are you good or bad? I've been using Opus 4.8. I've been using Opus 4.8. Opus 5 just came out. Are you good or bad? Because that was pretty fast back there. But it didn't work, buddy. Whistle, 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 whistle. I'm Mickey Mouse and I'm a jerk. You will do what I wish. Okay, let's go back to the game. But it's not right. Oh. I can't stand it. Boom. I was going to have a video of like a snail dancing for a second, but it's just too horrible. A snail. Just, snails are too horrible. Alright, this one's done. Let's go check her out right now. Right here, right now. Right now, right now. Yeah, yeah. Look, it's not a square now. I like the terrain too. I don't like that. We need the sand around the beach again. Next update is I need some sort of erosion. Ooh. You see, you end up going too far with these things. I want the ocean to erode the shore over time and to create inlet rivers and canyons. Shut up. Ask for too much. Let's see here. Yes! 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 It's working! I think it's working now. Alright, numbers are blue. Cold numbers are blue. Red numbers are hot numbers are red. Average out. Yes, it's working! It's working! It's working! You see? It's matching. Huh! 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 Add a beach. Okay. Alright, Grok, you're gonna help me. Grok is gonna help me. I want a beach. It's good and all, but there's no consistent. Sometimes there's a consistent beach. Wait, should there even be a beach? I don't need a beach. I mean, there's already the shallows, which is basically the beach. You got the shallows here, and that could be its own little zone. Yeah. I'll just figure out some dynamic between the shallows and the deep water and then we'll go from there. But this is mainly good. Whatever that is. Let's do a new map. Nice. Minecraft style, baby. Yeah, look, it's working. It's working. I got a brilliant idea for a second. A brilliant plan. A brilliant plan. A brilliant plan. Is it possible? Ah. I can't have everything. I can't have everything. I can't have everything. I was thinking about pulling real-world Google Earth data and to have it integrate somehow into the game, but pulling real-world Google Earth data as an API costs money as like a service or something. But there's other methods around it. But I'm thinking, is it really even worth it? Doing this crazy little project. I'm going to simulate the Earth for a stupid game. It's not entirely worth it. I mean, perhaps. It doesn't really need it. I have to get the basic idea down first before I start simulating reality. You know? Don't need to. I mean, right now, the random... this random map generator is pretty good. Like, I like this layout here of this map, for example. It's pretty organic and pretty natural and pretty cool. And I think copying reality would look worse. Personally, I think copying reality, because reality is pretty flat and huge, so you'd have to shrink it down, the scale of reality, to make it make sense. Otherwise, you'd have huge flat sections of nothing, you know? And then I was thinking about having the ruins of civilization just appear as just grids of stuff I have to dig through, because I'm already sort of digging through here and there. And these could have been old cities, and I'm just digging through them, or whatever the heck it is. But it doesn't really need to be like that. It's just there's data nodes out there, and those are hotspots. And as I go to those hotspots that already exist, we're getting more because of our activity. But the goal is to get everything, and we're trying to enhance that uh, eventually, because we're getting it. You can think of a mountain as condensed points and data because it requires um, heat drain, or the energy it takes to drain energy to make a spot cold, and other actions to elevate. It requires heat exchange and all kinds of stuff to raise the elevation of something. So you should be able to extract energy back out. So it's like a battery, mountains, as you dig through them. And this is starting to feel more like how I wanted it. The depressions felt inverted almost, where it felt like the brown spots were hills and the green spots weren't. But this feels a bit opposite. It feels a bit better. And those do feel like mountains a bit. This is the elevation map on, elevation map off. It looks better with an elevation map off even. A little bit. But it'll be better in time. We still have the elevation map. It's still there, subtly, behind the scenes. Right? Right. A plan. Yeah, I had a plan about doing the Google Earth API thing. There's other options as well, integrating it. That's a whole master plan thing, a whole long-term thing that's going to be filled with bugs. And how do you represent it? There has to be a graphical change between the real world and the game, a simplification top-down view. It'll look like SimCity 92, basically. But now I think I can do a full session here. I think I can do a full session now that we did that last update. It's just as I was doing it, I realized that's a good update. So I was testing out the game earlier. We ran it for a bit. I realized that it'd be a cool effect if heat and elevation were intrinsically tied together, where heat lowered the terrain and cold raised the terrain. I already have it where it's sort of like that already a little bit, because lower spots are hotter and higher spots are colder. This is how it works in life with the air pressure and everything. And if you want a spot colder, you'd make it higher first. But now it happens automatically. It's just it costs more the higher you go and the deeper you go. And relative to the ambient temperature and the relative terrain, until things equalize with temperature and elevation and so forth. And that should add quite a bit to the game, I think. Yes, a plan. A plan. But first, Mickey Mouse. First, it's Mickey Mouse. Mm, Michael. Michael Mouse. Good old Michael. Might have heard of him. He's a racist. Work them teeth. You know, it's remarkable how precise they are with their animation, like with the body, torso, and all that. Okay, so now it's time to test the thing. Here it comes, everybody. Boom. Gotta save the world. Let's go. Hope I don't get distracted. And I can actually make some progress here. We had to deal with that bug. Look, that's what I've been doing for the past couple weeks, all day long. Okay? Sometimes it's smooth, we make a bunch of updates and it's awesome. Sometimes you hit some issue and you're stuck with it for a bit. But then it works out. You know? Usually. Sometimes I have to move away from some plan. Let me get some notes here. Okay. Animations and the number display for the amount of data. And there's a purity as well. Purity 4, purity 2, purity 4, purity 2, purity 4.0, a dense vein. Okay. Resume. Alright, so things are happening. Let's get my defenses out here. A couple of turrets is all you need for the first phase. That's going to evenly distribute them, no big deal. It'll be a good sink to move around the particles anyways. It's a good sink. And I'll put out the decoy nodes in front of a little wall. A little wall. And now we're safe for a little bit. Okay, I can now increase the data extraction. Now, we want the bandwidth lever, which creates the green material. And it has to be like in a temperate zone. Or whatever. It could be away in a different area, in a different whole field, all by itself. And it will be sinking down. We also have to have some method to prevent items from taking damage and to stabilize them in place if they are doing a bunch of heat-based operations eventually. There's some heat right there, but it's fine right now. Okay, I'm going to remove this down right here. They're all a bit hot. It's okay for now. Okay. There's a whole new world. I do like that. I like that. I like that. There's a whole new world with the work with these mechanics here. There's a overheating. It's daytime. And we have to go into the snow somewhere. Let's go deep into the snow and get down some things we need. Let's pause the game right here. And right over here. We'll do a couple rows of 2 to allow for some thermal exchange and whatnot. Okay, and then here, a nice thick conduit going all the way up. I gotta resume it, because I can't move the map while it's paused. I gotta change that. You don't say. It said too many in one area. Okay, it's a whole new world. Alright, so let's just see what happens if I do that. Now you are currently putting out 5 degrees to the surrounding area, and it overlaps. You see, if I put too much in the area, then it creates its own temperature. The local area is 18 degrees, 15 degrees, if daytime, 16 degrees, and the thermal radius would be how far? See, I should be seeing the footprint of this thing's heat radius coming out of it, but I don't. Let me add that. Alright, so, well, actually I do. Hold on. It's that entire ring. Okay, I believe you. Jump in the line and shake your body in time. Do I see it? One, two, three, 4. Okay. It's got to be more careful is all. Look at all that heat. Look at all that. Oh no, ho. It's time to go right now. It's nighttime right now. Okay. It's nighttime, which means it's cooler. I'm pretty sure. Ambient temperature. I'm just trying to see. Let me upgrade everything I have. Let me turn off the thermal. Okay, so now let's put down more thermal cells here. It's saying it's too cold. We'll see about that. That's a good thing, right? In this context. And I'll get the thermal bus kind of spread this way here. To move around the heat faster if I have to. And it should be heating up over time. Now that should work. I'm going to leave a gap there. And then do it again. Okay, the EMP burst and the neural jammer. The signal scrubber here and there. I have to prevent the overheating factor a bit more. I was trying to implement one more structure to prevent that. Oh, I know, the thermostat. That's what it's for, the thermostat. So where is the thermal buffer? It requires everything in the world. Okay. If I can survive. Let's get the ice forge going. Yeah, I'm going to throw a little virus incubator here. This consumes bandwidth, so it's good to have near these colonies. And thermal. Okay. Thermal butts. Come on. There you go. All good. Overheating, but that's fine. And now we have to export the flux. Yeah. And another route. This tile here is 53 degrees. This tile here is 30 degrees. It's just so hot up there. Alright, if I can get more, I'll put down a cold unit to maintain. Set the quench. This will chill the area. I could have a setting where this will automatically swap between the furnace and the quench between day and night. Whoa. Temperature is a major factor here. There's always the desert vent. We'll see how hot it gets during the daytime. Alright. Very quickly this stuff runs hot. And then overheats and dies. But that's where the thermostat exists. So we have a thermal buffer. And then match ambient. 3 degrees here, 48 here. With 3 degrees, is it nighttime? Okay, what is the actual temperature here? The temperature is 40 degrees and you are 41 degrees. So the temperature is 40 and the ambient temperature is 3. Oh. Alright, well, we need anywhere between 14 and 54. So below 54, you know. So what is this? Hold current, warm depress? What does that do? Warm depress? I can't drag that. Let's see here. Climate, alpine, snow, sync plan, terrain, heat output. I just made this unit, so I'm trying to fine-tune it. Holds heat so continuous terraforming digs a bowl. Okay, so it just makes a bowl. Gotcha. Cold rise makes a chilly rise. Makes sense. Makes sense. It just creates a nice cold spot or a hot spot. Or hold the current. Okay. Alright. That was the whole point of it, so we are fine. I guess if I can figure out the ratio, I can have this set to cold rise, you know? And that can counteract the... It's not showing me very well what it's set to. Okay. Negative 15. I guess I can figure out the mathematical equation. Let's get more of these guys over here. That might be all I need. It was just too hot. Let's see if this is all I need. I'll give everything a quick update pass. And over here at the perks, the routing. And what do you spend? What are you spending? What are you spending? You are spending bandwidth and flux. And how much do you have? I guess what I can do, in theory, if I had all the stuff in the world, put down that and plug in these buffer boxes right on into it, and then rotate them in. Yep, into the thermal buffer, you know, and then have it set to whatever it takes. So in this case, it's going to be flux and bandwidth, okay? You know? Okay. And this one's going to be set to bandwidth. Okay. And then if I have I guess that, of course. And they really can't be side by side like that. It has to be individual unless I can... I have to be able to dock... Yeah, if I had a bandwidth relay I can then, in theory, dock a buffer box into it and then turn that into a filter. In theory, and there's options. There's feed, bank, and then thermal priority. See, if you do it right, it'll sort of move the material around the map. Or if I had like a like that system, you know? And then make sure they are rotating down. Okay. And then, like your shards only, and then your band only, and your ice only. In theory. And got the core, and then of course we have stop attacking me. I'm messing around over here. I'm figuring stuff out, buddy. So over here we have the flux, you know, which works out pretty well in theory, but then we would have, you know, a bunch of these perhaps, you know, and then you know, the condenser of each one set to each one, and this one here can be set to just thermal. And this should be more clear. What it's set to, this is set to just shard. Yeah. And this right here is set to bandwidth. Bandwidth, and then ice, I'm guessing. And then quantum. Now this is not filtered this way, but it could be. I like the idea of building my own weird filtered thing. Now this right here, module bay, this is set to load balancer. This spreads stuff out evenly based upon the network. Okay. Alright. This right here is going to be the main router. You are a main router. Yep, and then maybe a copy. That'd be very useful, like to copy stuff. Draw box, copy. Let's go with a double box on each. I can't see. South. Yeah, that's what I should have. Now, if they're separate enough, for example, it's just a test here. It's all about how these lines cross as well. We have this system, maybe it'll go on a couple more. It'd be great if I can copy and paste, but we can't right now. I just want them to be separate from each other. Okay. And then, if I just... I'm trying to figure out ways to pull the stuff through. See, these are really close together. There's no way to determine it past this point. It has nowhere to go, though. So at this point, we just have to make the box on the other end be just fine. Yeah, and then down here somewhere can be the actual box. Maybe. Okay. And what we're going to do here is it should just automatically connect if it's within range. That's how it's going to work. But we're sort of experimenting for the future here. Okay, so where is it? The data condenser on this end. Or on this end. Should come straight through, so this right here is going to be set to the quantum. You know, this right here is set to the ice. This right here is set to bandwidth. This here is set to... Wait a minute. Yep, data... No, that's thermal, huh? Your thermal. And your data. Yep, and your bandwidth. Alright, and then over here... Same thing. Thermal. Nope. Quantum. Well, it's already compressed up there, so... Well, at this point, I guess, get the buffer box right here. And then that box can be set. I'll pause it. Let's set this to the core. No. Yep. Just the core there. And this right here is set to ice. And this right here is set to bandwidth, shard, and flux. Okay. And And that should be good to go. And this right here will be rotated down. Like so. Here we go. Oh no. Oh yes. Okay, and now, most incredibly, it's your boy. Now, how would that work? Those are all touching. Okay. Yeah, dude. Okay, so we gotta fix a couple things. Yeah. So in the game, you'd be going across the land, and then going across the ocean, and then spreading across the planet, and then going to asteroids, and so forth and so on. Some narrative. We just gotta master the mechanics, okay? Let's see how it all works. So I'm trying to see how these things flow together and where their shortcomings are, and I'm taking notes about what we need. Like, for example, it'd be nice if I was able to copy and paste existing structures to draw out a grid and so forth. And there's an issue with these buildings combusting too quickly, so we have to modify that or add something else along the way. You know? People. Tell you what. Okay, so what do we have? Let me see here. 9 per second. I just want it to be more clear here, you know? Make sure that we're in the correct mode. Thermal. Thermal fit. Fine tune here. Resonance. Okay. And what do we have? Coverage. All right. Docks and wrecks. All right. And Alright. Okay. Economy, siphon yield, craft output. Craft output, really? Siphon yield. That's income, expenditure, construction. Lost in cargo, or lost in transit. This day. Day 11. Okay, and there's that, and okay, and then over here, the pontoon deck, which requires this other currency. No. And I gotta refine this system here. I don't like it. To get the other currency. Okay. And, okay, signal scrubber. We're still dealing with that issue here. The trace heat. Burns bandwidth. Graphics. Yep. I want a little icon next to these things to indicate whether it's a hot or cold running unit, and, because most are cold, but whatever, and the type of resource that's burnt. Because there's the cost to build, but then there's the cost to run. But this one right here consumes bandwidth, which is the green stuff, green stuff, green stuff. You have to have a whole lot of that green stuff, the bandwidth. And the bandwidth comes from... So I'm trying to figure out the general gameplay curve, and then we can go from there. Okay. The virus also costs bandwidth. And the Blackwall projector prefers cool. Prefers warm. Interesting. Up to 72 for the virus. Makes more sense. Cool for the Ice Spire. Firewall's average. The turret is average. Or the decoy is average. Blackwall projector is cool, cool, cool. Desert vent is for an emergency. But for it to work, it has to be hot. Only pays off in a cooked district. So I gotta use these desert vents. The problem is, this sort of stuff, it costs certain material that isn't available when the game first starts. So it could be like a rough scenario, and then once I unlock things, it could be a lot better. Like we're having an issue with heat to the point where things melt down. But I figured I can just deal with it by using the in-game items, if I have them. I'm trying to identify the walls here. We'll see once it's daytime how those things feel. I'll fast forward. Okay. I'm watching these tiles and how they react. How are they reacting when I place this stuff down? These vents. Okay. That kind of worked. But it's completely wasted. So then on top of that, I'll put down the thermal cell. I just gotta change the graphic. Let me add a note there. Little highway going back. Yep, things are fine. Things are just fine. Just fine. Okay, so what do we have? Heat radius and thermal filter. No, we have that. Yeah. Yeah, there's data. There is data. Yeah, there's... Well, I would like to see the ambient temperature listed somewhere. I'm trying to find out what is listed whenever I mouse over something. And if it's everything I need before having to click inside of it. If I click inside of it, If I right-click first, a bunch of stuff appears. It appears in the middle. On the side. Okay, so there's hot and deep and lots of information here. Very good. Local resonance. But all this probably isn't important for the average user. This is 12 degrees over the ambient. And so forth. And okay, that was thermal. I'm looking at my notes here. Rotate the thermal bait. Yeah, with the point outward. Conical formation. Don't need it. Cramped data. It's kind of cramped. The purification level density doesn't really matter as much. The rewritten package over here. Rewritten 4%. It's because I did this. I turned off caves. Maybe I'll turn back on caves, huh? Let's turn back on caves. Yes. I was just trying to figure out some mechanics there. Okay. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm going to do another run through with it. Okay, we'll see how it feels. How does it feel when you don't flim-flam in my face a 2-day now? Now you look at Mickey Mouse. And you look at him. You look at him. The lesson is, don't be like Mickey. Okay, so I'm thinking a good easy fix for this whole thing is to reduce the amount of damage taken via overheating. Dying too quickly after digging down. Can't make much progress, you know. The battery, yeah. And then stabilizing. Sure to heal the building quickly. Make this quick update. And be mindful of session time. I am rather short. Spiritus Sanctus. Spiritus Sanctus. So there's going to be a new Resident Evil movie. Did you hear about that, everybody? A new Resident Evil movie? That's nothing like the other Resident Evil movies, and it's called Resident Evil. That's cool. It takes place in Raccoon City, and from what I saw from the trailer, it's just zombies in Raccoon City. But there's weird stuff going on too. Oh my gosh. See, that was really fast. Hey, Opus 5 is good. Singularity, here we come. Now, what do we got? Turbo bass. Yeah. Spread my wings. Yep, 308, 85, 100 and whatever. 300. Modify the effect of the data nodes to make their value far more obvious. And increase their animation just a little bit and increase their max value upon extraction based upon activity and modify the purity based upon the activity type. Yeah. I said increase the legibility of the value of the data nodes and their depiction in general, their shape, color, animation, and refine them. I want their value to be relative to the type of interaction and increase the max value of the data nodes. Diminishing returns. And so parts of the map that gain data accumulation due to enemy presence should be worth buildings. A higher level building should make the surrounding area accumulate data faster. With the appropriate animation, pulse, wobble, other aspects to depict growth or fade. Should it ever fade? Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, go ahead and update. And be mindful of my session time. Boop. So the caves are turned on. I've had them off for a bit. I'm not quite sure. We'll see. Let's upgrade this one node here as much as possible. You got options now. You have options, buddy. You have all these options. You gotta spread the love. There you go. Spread it out. And then I'll put some turrets over here somewhere. A decoy. And we'll do a quick upgrade all. Oh no, there's a cave. What do I do? I don't know what to do. Oh, it's so expensive. Oh my god, I don't know. Oh, connected open shafts reach far and down enough that concerts climb out. Oh no. So I just gotta defend around the hole. I just have to defend around the hole? That's kind of cool. Don't fall in to the pit. But I have to change. Okay, okay. I'm going to change how the cave works. I'm going to have the cave be something that I have to dig toward with the network. It's going to appear in a mountain face if there is a high enough surface. And then maybe you can create a cave if you have a high enough elevation change. But I don't like this cave system. It doesn't feel like a cave. You know, I get the concept. It's thematic. Good thing I have it as a toggle. Toggle off. Add that to the notes. Where caves randomly appear in the sides of hills. Mountains. And the player has to power open the entrance with data or something. Or player has to power a drill. This is a sideways lateral digging action, which is kind of weird. Or shoot with turret to open, basically. Marked as hostile. So either way, I want a player to dig a network toward a cave and then place a turret in front of it. You know? To then blow it open. And maybe have the cave require a bunch of firepower. And then we can start to have other effects like that where we're shooting something as opposed to digging it up tile by tile. It's a different aspect to harvest something by having things shoot it and then having it go away. You know, you're destroying the entrance for a door. And then I'm imagining like a Mario Brothers second level when you click on the cave entrance and it loads a whole other map. With the caves or different maps. You know? And it pauses the surface. And then you clear out the cave. And then you are looking for... Maybe every cave can have a little boss. Or maybe there's 3 caves on a map. You gotta clear them all. Or the caves themselves have an artifact, a key of some variety that you then need to then open up the final cave. But you have to dig toward each one and shoot. There you go. Three or more caves on the map with a sealed door that the player has to shoot open with turrets connected. Okay. Once open, the player clicks on the cave and it opens a new map, which is cave themed. Okay. In this map, there is only data, no terrain, And you just have to extract it all to then summon a boss and kill it for an artifact / key. Get all 3 keys from the caves. To gain access to a main cave. Or to gain access to the final wave. Because there's a final wave here. Which is called... the heck? Which is called... whatever the heck it's called. But the main concern here is the amount of heat damage. Is this done yet? Oh yeah, it's done. The last update is done. Ain't that fun? Alright, so I asked for a bunch of stuff. My last prompt was increase the legibility of the value of the data nodes and their depiction in general. Their shape, color, animation, refine them. I want the value to be relative to the type of interaction and increase the max value of the data nodes with diminishing returns. So parts of the map that gain data accumulation due to enemy presence should be worth a different value than the placement of buildings. A higher level building should make the surrounding area accumulate data faster with the appropriate relative animation, pulse, wobble, and other aspects to depict growth. Go ahead and update and be mindful of my session time. Okay, so bump activity carries a hostile flag. Enemy virus trails feed my buildings and mining feed the neutral pool. Hostile, okay, growth rate. This is about the amount of data accumulation. Purity ceiling. Fast and shallow. Slow and rich. Up to 1200 as opposed to 400. Is the new cap. It has a slightly different shape. Different color scheme. Wobble. And different border and tint. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Alright. That's much more obvious. Before they all looked the same. It was kind of hard to tell what was worth more. Alright. Okay. Alright. You see they're forming around the little triangles. Pretty cool. Nice bold numbers. Purple. Ooh. Now, ones within range of the mesh should be a slightly different color. But I like it so far. I'm thinking it should be a filter, though, maybe. It's only visible at a certain level, but then that's all you end up seeing is the numbers. But that's okay for now. And they're getting a bit almost too large visibly. So let's make them a bit smaller and a bit less skewed. There's a fixed skewing. I do like the pulsation though, so I might keep that skewing because it kind of, I kind of like it. Oh, maybe the orientation could depict the. Let's do that. So what do we have for this color? We have this P4 is all purple, right? P4 is purple. Is that what we're doing here? Also a problem, we can still see it through the node and it's distracting still. So the data siphon the data nodes don't need to be displayed while the siphons are active. The numerical value as well. I do like it. Oh yes, the alignment of the wobble for the data siphon. That's fine. It has like a scale effect. It's pretty cool. And it has a nice wave ripple going through the whole formation. That's kind of what I wanted. I just didn't know how to ask for it, really. And I didn't think it'd be even possible. But hey, it did it. These waves pushing through. And clearly there's movement from the lower right to the upper left. You know. Like there's some weird sort of ethereal substrate that matters somehow. I'm thinking that it should matter, because right now there is a wave, it's pushing across, and I think for the most part it should be invisible and only really visible through the data. But first I want this first update. Okay, so now that's happening. Over here, we want the graphical of the data harvesting is nice. There's a clear wave pulsing through the formation. It would be nicer if the wave had value and context. I was thinking earlier of a wind system that spread heat downwind. I just don't know if that ripple matters. It's asking a bit too much. But hey, this one's done. Let's see how this looks now. This is a new version of that last update. Let's see how it looks. This should be a slightly different shape for the data siphon. Alright. Ooh. Yes, much better. See, before it had the other information layered beneath it. It was ugly. Like this other P information. The purity. P 1.6. Do we need the decimal place? I mean, really? Doesn't need to be sub-decimal here. Yeah, that's nice. A little raining effect on them. Pretty cool. And there's a volume inside. Ooh, yeah. It has a little snap crackle effect. See that? Hold on. Nice. Gotta change the other graphic. That's pretty good. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of overlapping, but we don't need that decimal place. It's not as important. The purity level is kind of weird. The purity level is kind of weird. Purity 4, purity 3.4. I mean, I get it. Okay, so right now we're modifying this because right now there's that decimal place at the end. It's listing the amount of data in the node and the current purity level, but it says 0.0. It's a bit ugly, but this is a much better effect, I think. A much better effect. We might give them a pulsing effect as well as a rock and roll. What do you say? And same thing for all of these as well. The P4 is fine. Even saying P4 based upon the color, it's understood. All that matters is the number. All that matters is the number. That's kind of distracting and terrible. Well, I guess we could have it purple. Just have it match the color of the node. The purity level matches a color. You are purity 1. You are nothing. You are purity 4. You are purity 1. So what does purity in between look like? Okay, just the P4 alone. Let's see how that looks now. It should be fixed now, I think. Yeah, it works pretty quickly. You know, when you only ask for a couple things. So now it just says P2. Oh yeah, look at that. It's already fixed. Very nice. Now I'm thinking, do I even need the numbers? Maybe we can move the numbers. Because it's kind of obvious which ones are juicy. The darker purple ones, you know? It's kind of obvious. P3, P2, and then P1 isn't pulsing. That's all. Pretty obvious. Where's P2? Yeah. Easy peasy. Makes sense to me-sy. They're all purified, nice and well baked, you know, pretty clean, stabilized. It looks a lot better already. That's why I don't want to show you people things too soon, because a couple small changes is like all the difference in the world. It's amazing. And now it's really obvious compared to before. The value of these data nodes, like those are really juicy right there. They're fluttering around and really obvious. Before they all look the same with a whole lot of numbers overlapping. There's still numbers here, but we don't need them. Let's go over here to the map, add a filter. Okay, for the filters. Remove the following. The docks and racks, AI influence, and the thermal fit. Add a filter that displays the numbers for the data nodes. And have it off by default so that a player does not see the numbers displayed. Unless they have the filter on. With the filter off, the icons should still be visible. And then I'll ask it to be mindful of my sweet session time. Right now. So Opus 5 appears to be working a little faster. If I'm not asking for some major crazy game-changing update that changes some underlying system of how the game works, where it has to figure out a bunch of what to do. If it's nice and clear about what to do, it's like, add 3 more of the same box, Look, that was really, really fast. Wow. Oh, there's a competition. Grok 4.5 was advertising about being a little bit faster than Opus 4.8. And I noticed that, and now this is a little bit faster. We are approaching the singularity. Alright, let's go open up this bad boy. And here we go now. Oh no. Let's see it work. With the filter off. Oh yes. Now here we go now. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. What you say? Yeah. So I put the network out there initially just to get it all baked up, get it all cooked up. Alright? Get it all juiced up. Look at that thing. Look at that thing doing its thing. Look at that thing doing its thing. And now it's all purple, so it's time to go. Best thing to do right now is just to have it right at home. So it's right where we need it without any movement, no congestion, and then we can start moving stuff around if I need to. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. The servers are hot! They're so hot. Now I want to change the design of the bandwidth node, perhaps. Oh, they're running hot, aren't they? Got a hole in the ground? Oh, yeah. Let's throw in some heat protection. And a little thermal bust for you. Yep. Buffer box. And more thermal action. It's so hot. That's already a much better effect. Those two things. Pretty good. There's some heat problems going on here. We got some heat issues. I have to sort of plan ahead, you know, and terraform an area. Goodbye. Oh, look at all this high-valued stuff over here. Wow. This is tier 6.9. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that, you know? Well, I'm happy about the data node, so that was fixed. So what else do we have? So let's go check out the map filters. Turn back on the node value. Okay, good thing I turned it off because that was ugly, huh? Like, we don't need the node value if the nodes look different based upon the purity level. Alright. Okay, and that's done. Like, we don't need this coverage map. It's too much. Remove the coverage, maybe. Remove the data purity. Okay. Coverage, data purity, resonance, climate bands. And that's it. And be mindful of session time. Bam, bam, boom, bam. Let's do it right now. I'm trying to work my way around this heat issue to make it playable. Let me check this back over here. We're doing a double lane highway. Let's see how that works here. Should build up pretty quickly. So local heat output is 0.85. Sorry, no. It's 2.15. Okay. Alright. It's just the faintest measure. And right here, this tile is 19 degrees. We do have bonuses for clustering, but it's kind of hard to cluster at first. Nice and spread out. The core, nice and obvious. I can see the temperature on the item. That's good. Let's have a universal graphic. Universal graphic. Who depict the temp shift of the building? Perhaps. This right here is optimal. That's blue. Yeah. It's coming along. And the ice forge. I think some buildings should be a little bit larger. I'm just trying out this different system of at least having some stuff out. Just kind of spread out a bit. Because they're so hot. But at least we got them. Ooh-wee. I like that. I like that. You see, that's really obvious. Oh, yeah. I like what's happening there. Disturbance in the force. Really obviously crazy here. It's because these are just ripe and ready, or what? What's the temperature? Temperature is 1 point... Okay, it's currently 40 degrees. Okay. Alright. Gotta spread it out now. Kinda weird, but it's what we gotta do. Yep, that's what we gotta do. Put some thermal cells here and there. Capture some random heat. And I can fill the gaps in. You know? All of that. And then I'll throw in some other heat. Make sure it's all upgraded. Make all routers priority. All the bandwidth relays. It's all good. And for the heat, we want the flux exporter, which does not have mouse over information. Major overheating. Did I update it yet? I'm not sure if I did. I was trying to. I don't know if I did though. I might have just did it. I might have just did that. Modifying. Okay, so I did it. Let's see if it works. Scaring people. Scary. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, and then we got the layers. Layers are off. Off. The wave is good. Got the data siphon shifted over. The cave system needs to be different. Got the filters removed. Yeah. Yep. Need some extra icon changes across the board in the user interface to depict whether the building uses a certain resource or not. To have a copy item, where would we put it? Somewhere. Add a copy item, building, whatever. Copy is a structure, and its total configuration. Rotation, modules, and other settings. Yep. And then maybe add to a prefab list on the side. Add the ability to save layouts, blueprints, drag and drop, drag selection. Yeah. Once in the inventory, replacement, establish a clear cost per item to place back into the field based on the cost of the original construction plus the cost of upgrades modules. Yeah. Major update. And while you're at it, and be mindful of my session time. Yikes and Yoza. Proceed. And while you're at it, I'll be right back. Let's see if it worked. I'll saying it works pretty fast when you tell it to. I just added a copy system. We'll see if that worked out for me. Now, where is my copy system? Under Tools. Under Abilities. Under Tools. Let me read where it is. Where is it? Top left. Oh, there it is. Okay. Copy selected. Shift and drag. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It costs 60 shards. Okay. That's kind of a weird one. A weird one. It contained the core, you know? Let me copy again. Shift drag. Yeah, that works. Oh yeah. Not armed. Oh wow. Hey, that works. See, quality of life. It's awesome. Quality of life. That'll work. And then we're done. That was a good test. And that really does actually help quite a bit. I mean, just putting that out there alone. That's rather nice. And then I could just shell it up. Hey there, buddy. How's it going? Okay, right on time. Right on time. Well, that works. That works. Check this out. Oh yeah, Bosco. Oh, whoops. Check this out. Oh yeah. I don't have enough. Okay, it's coming along. They're gone. I have them sort of where they're needed. Just a couple turrets here and there. Alright, so far so good. Okay, so I'm going to add some data condensers along the way, like right behind each line. Right behind each of these things, which helps to purify the line over time. You know? Each one's going to get their own data condenser. But we do need the bandwidth weaver active. So let's get some nice order going around here. Whoa. I can't rotate. Alright. I'll get more blueprints tied down in the future. Like this. It's a pretty cool effect. It's a pretty cool effect. No, 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 no. Unarm. Add this wall here. Kind of crest it off a bit right there. Add a couple guns. And then we add a couple of these guys right behind. And then we add a data condenser when it's time. Woo-wee, look at that. Let's upgrade everything. Get those routers prioritized. Okay, so now over here, I'm trying to get ready for the madness. I don't trust it. You're overheating, but I did model. You know, I mean, come on. I'm trusting it right now. I did just modify the thing so that it's not going to overheat and die immediately. Come on. Because before, a lot of my buildings weren't having a splash heat effect, and then they are suddenly. So let's go ahead and throw in a couple thermal cells in between. Every third or so. Look at that blubber fly. Oh yeah. Okay, the enemy's coming. Let's fast forward. Alright, let's slow it down a bit. So I want more condensers. It'll help a little bit. Were there enemies? We're still okay. I'm looking at my currency. We're still kind of broke. We're fine. The heat is high. The heat is high. I'll get the signal scrubber and put it right over here in the middle somewhere. And then one more signal scrubber right here in the middle somewhere. These guys are overheating. And then back to the thermal cell. Ooh, it's hot. Get that temperature down, and I'll crisscross it. But that alone might be good. We'll see. Let's see here with the thermal bait. We have to add a couple of these in here. So I'm going to add a thermal bait here. And a thermal bait here. And right there. Right now, I'm going to set the thermal bait to quench, which is going to cool down the area. Quench. And quench. All right. We got a heat issue, boss. The guns are hot. You gotta vent it out, baby. Here by the coastline where it's hot. Gotta export that heat. Whenever you can. You know what's good for you. Into that pure flux, baby. Otherwise, it all overheats in the end, you know? There we go. Let's upgrade everything. And there it is. And let's check out these perks. Increase my overall defense. And the increased routing speed overall. Done. Okay, things are all right. But are they? But are they, though? The ambient temperature is what? Come on. The ambient temperature is... Come on. I cannot see. Okay, 91 degrees. Fahrenheit? Oh, my sweet Flint house. Desert vent a go-go. It's working, boss. It's working. I think. Desert vent. Okay, too hot. It's currently 81 degrees. It's so hot. Alright, so we're going to be venting and not storing. I'm going to take all these guys and just purely vent so that they don't overflow, which is a problem as well. And this will just purely get rid of all the heat in the world. Desert vent. Vent, vent. Oh, I could also do the center thing, which helps. Let's do center. Let's raise up the ground, which will raise up the... That's what we have to do. You see, look, I'm forgetting my own game. I have this really cool mechanic where I can raise terrain, you know, and that lowers temperature. And because the area kind of averages out, it should help. Things going up and down and up and down. Let's add more thermal cells right here. That'll definitely help right here. Oh boy. I want to put center on. Alright, we'll see. Trying to balance out these aspects here. Too hot. Ambient temperature 91 degrees. That's working. That's working. That's working. It's pure disposal. And these other things can store into the network, like batteries, if they want to deal with the heat. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have them on there. It doesn't hurt to have more. I don't think it hurts to have more. Nope. So now I'll add more. Okay, let's go upgrade everything. And upgrade the routers. I'll put in more signal scrubbers. Fast forward. A lot of that is just dealing with the heat. It's pretty cool. Now let's add more of a thermal gateway with these thermal nodes here and there. This helps the heat move around a bit faster. There it is. Okay, so now that's working out, nothing's frying. Over time you can make it more efficient, save things, you know. And let's add the next unit, which is the ice forge. But for this I need to I like to work with a area that's raised up, and to do that, I would like to purposely try to terraform. And this is the fun part. Trying to purposely terraform is pretty interesting. So I'm going to place this thing. Alright. Cool. And I can totally copy this other entire thing and save that as another one. Cool. You can see it filling up. No, it's a game. It's a tower defense game or logistical game because enemies are coming. You know? There's a bunch of games like this. But I don't think they have these other elements like with the heat and everything. Okay, we're going to spread this way and I want to terraform. I want to terraform over here with the thermal cell. Okay, let's see what I can do here. If we don't overheat. But I'm going to see if I can successfully use this to make a ridge line and then have the surrounding territory spread out all smooth like. Let's just see how well that functions. So this is all about bringing heat to this area to then distribute as elevation. Oh, this is where the thing comes in handy. Where you don't have to keep setting things, you know? Once I set a couple, in theory, now, in theory, where now? Yeah, cool, good, good, good and fine and fair, that's fine. I'll make one row and go from there. That's fine, let's work with this. And now, boom. I hope they're all set to center. I think they are. Okay, let me uncheck that. And you are set to center, right? Yeah. Alright, so now let's go get some heat over here if I could. Okay, this right here, it, well, first of all, it wants to be hot to be even operate. But if I'm using it to elevate, it's not as optimal. You know? For that aspect there, so it's kind of a problem. And there's ways to heat the area. You can spread the heat to the heat to the heat to the heat. Alone, even without the proper temperature, is it functional? There's a negative 40% rate here, which is fine. What about the terrain sculpting? It's happening. Let's fast forward. It is fast forwarding. It's just not happening as fast, and it's going to be slower and slower as we go. Now, I think I have to modify that. I guess it's a balancing it, because it has to run... It does work eventually, but it's not the best. The other option here is the thermal buffer that I can't craft yet because I need the other material that I can't craft yet because I need the other material. The thermal buffer, a bit more, 1 second. Let me just, well... Let me just throw in some garbage over here on the side really quick. Let me start this back over. Alright, so... Okay, so there's a temperature situation going on. Let's go check out the thermal filter. Okay, a whole lot of heat. And to do anything about that, I have to work with these guys here, and they increase the local area temperature by 2. But then before you know it, I'm overheating. That towel alone right now is 44 degrees. Ambient 32. At nighttime it's different. If I put this right next to it, it's going to be way different and terrible. And now it's 47, ambient 32, 49, 50. $51. And now at that point, only because they're side by side, you know. Over here, I put 1, you know. Over here, I put 1. Over here, I put 1. No big deal. Next to each one. Spread the love around. Nice and spread out. No big deal. Have a little system. Dangerous to have it together unless it's already pre-chilled. I guess I can take a pre-chilled area and then use it. Like prep an area up. Lots of icy flow. Okay, get my signal down. Right there in the middle. It's pretty hot there. Let's get that thermal activity down if I could. I don't know. And then more. And then more. And more. And then more. But all the heat is trapped. It's trapped. So now we're going to get the flux exporter. The thermal bus. Right there. And that should help a little bit. I mean, come on, buddy. Alright, and checking out the crafting, the extracting, we want some data condensation. Pretty much everywhere. My original plan was to sort of like do something like this. That little bit. Oh boy. Something like that, and then maybe depends. I don't know about the exact ratio of what we need just yet. A desert vent. I mean, is that enough to handle it? No. Let's see here. The thermal buffer alone. No. The thermal cell absorbs 9. This right here produces 1. And then what? A thermal bus over here. And into a flux exporter. And then into buffer boxes. Set to just flux. Yep, and it's set to bank. That means the overflow. Yep, and all of it. Like so. Okay, and then oh yeah, sorry. Part of it was this. I forgot. Data condensers all around the entire thing. And more all the way around here. Yeah. Cool. It's all good and gravy filled. More data condensation. Those nodes should fill up. It's all good. Let's go update everything. And then more of the condensation. Weavertown. Is that good enough? So these are producing how much heat? 6? Oh my gosh. That's way too much. And then how much over here? 7. That should be good enough to get rid of the excess. Okay, so now we're at what? We're at 99 degrees. Vent. Okay, and then I'll add more thermal cells. It's like pulling teeth over here. The other option is to, well, we have the thermal buffer is the answer. If I could afford it, is to struggle until we reach that point, maybe? Is that the answer? That could be the answer. Alright, so quench. Quench. Good lord. Yep. It still says dry. Okay. Alright, that happened. And then over here, what do we got? Yep. Okay, so the thermostat really. And that's going to require some stuff. Let's get the ice forge, which I don't even have. This is a big game change situation going on here. I might have to do a crop rotation situation once I could afford it. We have to have a massive cooling operation to cool down other stuff here. Yeah, and before you know it, it'll be good to go. Get more of these. Ice forge. This should be up in the snowy mountains. But before I can even do that, we have to get up and running. And that'll be fine. It's just struggling at first to get things online, and then we'll be fine. And then we'll be fine. Alright, we're getting closer. The heck? What the heck? Okay, and now we want this other ice credit. This other ice credit over here. And this one does run cold. Sadly. Yep. The ice still. I mean, it should be pretty easy just to... In the past, I can just build a gigantic row and then line it up with some stuff, and it worked out just fine. But then it started to overheat, and there's problems. We're experiencing some minor performance problems as well. We have to get more data condensers in here. Yep. And when I should be able to do that, let me take off the thermal filter. I don't want to distract you. Okay, and then upgrade everything. And the router. Okay. So all I gotta do is this. Oh, I see. Income, output, deficit. All right. Okay, that's all good. Let's go tighten up my highway a bit. Rerouting. Yep. Yep. I don't like that. Whatever that is, let me mess it up. Let me mess it up. Okay. Okay, what else we got? A thermal buffer, can you imagine? So the thermal buffer is what I'll be using to make a mountain. Right? Hello? Right over here somewhere, buddy. Oh, it's there. I can't see it very well. So it, over time, is going to cold rise. Cold rise. Set to the thermostat of 21 degrees. I want it to be negative, baby. Yep. Copy. Shift. Alright. I don't know what's up with that audio effect. Let me fix it. Done. Alright, let's just see what happens over time here. Will the ridgeline form? Will the ridgeline form? Okay. So what are you doing right now, buddy? You are currently what? You are currently thermal buffer. Cooling district thermostat is negative whatever. -1. Thermal sculpt active. And it's spending what? It's currently spending bandwidth and flux. Alright, well that'll work in the future because I need those areas to spread out. Over time, let's go check out the elevation. filter if there is one. This is -11. -11. The things are going upward. See, plus 1.5. Alright, and now let's bring over some thermal bait. And the thermal bus. And set this to quench. So it's going to be cooling the area. And raising it up. Quench. And this whole ridge line over here is set to center now. All right. I'm gonna fix that sound effect. Overclock, defense. All right, and it would be nice to condense a condensed particle. Gonna have a bunch of these condensers all around the main highway. Alright, well, yeah. I think that about covers it for now. You can see the current stage of the game. You saw me use Grok and Claude to troubleshoot and update. So you saw how that works out. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And I'll be doing other stuff and working on other ideas. Lots of play testing until I figure out what the whole situation's about. Can update whatever I have a problem with, you know. Like this prefab thing I just added, pretty nice. That worked out pretty well. There's some issues here and there. I like that graphical change with these tiles here. There's some performance issues I want to take care of. And all the other icons have to update as well. And the tooltips and other information. But thank you for watching. I'll be live later.